And find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices. Go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The big news will come from the Fed today, which at the end of its two-day meeting is expected to cut interest rates by 0.25%. The Fed issued a half-point cut in September, then another quarter-point last month. It's expected the Fed may be more conservative with interest rate cuts next year. On Wall Street Tuesday, down across the board, a ninth straight losing day for the Dow. It fell 268 points, the losing streak the longest now since February 1978. The S&P 500 fell 23, the NASDAQ down 65. Apple and Tesla finished at record highs, but NVIDIA was down over 1%, down for the 8th time in the last 9 sessions as it falls further into correction territory. Retail sales up 0.7% in November, 3.8% year to year. And earnings reports today from General Mills and Birkenstock. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The future is here, and AI is a big part of it. So much so, President-elect Trump has named a czar to oversee the technology in his second administration. And there is a lot of money to keep innovating. The Japanese venture capital firm SoftBank pledged a $100 billion investment in the U.S., in a visit to Mar-a-Lago, the Trump estate in Florida.
It will help ensure that artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, and other industries of tomorrow are built, created, and grown right here in the USA.
A House bipartisan task force in AI has just issued a report with recommendations on how to smartly regulate it.
We have to deal with the privacy issues that AI will also unleash on the public.
Congressman Bill Foster is a physicist who knows the technology. He's also a Democrat on that AI task force. So is Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen.
AI is really going to define who's leading in the next 100 years. Do we want it to be China, or do we want it to be the United States?
There were 12 Democrats on that task force and an equal number of Republicans, with GOP Congressman Jay Obernolte a co-chair.
I think that if managed properly, AI can be the single most powerful tool that humans have ever invented for disseminating human knowledge and for enhancing human productivity.
Congressman Obernolte is a Republican just reelected in California's 23rd House District.
That powerful tool also comes along with some substantial potential harms, particularly when a tool like that is used maliciously. So we need to make sure we do the work that needs to be done to protect Americans against the harmful use of AI, while still enabling the deployment and the development of AI to thrive in the United States. And I think that Congress is up to that task.
Obviously, there's a lot of layers that you studied. One of the things is responsible governance, and that can be difficult, right? To find a regulation sweet spot in an emerging technology for you in Capitol Hill, that has to be difficult.
Well, it does, and that's why we approach this from such a broad-based, diverse, and bipartisan way, because we knew that AI regulation has the potential to be contentious, and we don't think that there's anything about AI regulation that should be partisan, but it's going to require a lot of education of people and a lot of discussion.
Now, one of your colleagues, a Democrat, is Congressman Bill Foster. He's a physicist. How helpful was he in trying to help you understand this technology?
Well, it was enormously helpful. He is not only highly educated and intelligent, but he's done some deep thinking on this topic, particularly on the topic of digital identity and the way that it can be used to solve some of the challenges that AI might present. So it was wonderful to have Bill on our task force.
What do you mean by digital identity?
Well, so everyone carries around a government-issued identity card, right? Driver's license or a passport, and we require you to prove who you are when we allow you to do things where potential harms could occur. So, for example, if you're going to get on an airplane, an environment where someone with malicious intent could really do damage, we're going to require you to prove that you are who you say you are. A lot of those things can be true of AI. Lots of times it's not clear when you're talking with someone, even already with the current state of AI development, if you're talking to a real person or a bot. And in the future, it's going to be even harder to make that, to distinguish between one or the other. Also, the malicious users of AI are already using it to try to pretend that they are someone who they aren't. So, for example, I have spoken with several different distraught parents who got calls purportedly from their children in a voice that sounded just like their children and with mannerisms that sounded just like their children, saying, "Mom, Dad, I'm in a jail in Tijuana. They're requiring, that I pay this. Please get it to me right away. They're going to hurt me," or whatever it is. And as a parent, I can't imagine what that's like.
Yeah, and you do things that are irrational. Like, you might not question it. You're so fearful and you're trying to help out. I mean, that's just preying on people in the worst way.
Exactly. And that problem is just going to get worse. So digital identity is a way of solving that problem, because if we had secure digital ID in the way that we have secure driver's licenses and passports, you could prove that, for example, when you're making a connection to someone, that it's a real human that they're talking to. And not only that, they are who they say they are.
Okay. And
also is going to be important when you talk about the provenance of information that's created by generative AI. It's in just a few years, we're going to live in a world where making something that looks like security camera footage of me, Congressman Overnolte, breaking into a 7-Eleven, right, is just as easy as typing that into a prompt. And in a world where it's that easy to create content that can be deceptive but looks very realistic, it's going to be critical to know who made the content, where it came from, and who's been altering it.
National security, of course, a big concern. We have a lot of our adversaries who are also working on AI technology, and they are not going to have necessarily the same kind of governance we are, so that's an issue.
Yes, absolutely, and that's an issue that we go into very deeply in the report because of how strongly we feel that it's critical America maintains its lead in artificial intelligence development. There are geopolitical adversaries such as China who have made it their number one goal to pass the U.S. in AI technology, and they are devoting vast amounts of resource to being able to do that. So
they also steal intellectual property, right? Isn't that a concern? They can hack into our own AI systems and copy what we do?
So, we go into that in the report, that risk. But we have some advantages here in the United States as well. I mean, I'd say that Americans are still the freest thinking people in the world. We're accustomed to thinking outside the box in ways that more centralized economies like China's are not. So, I think that gives us an advantage because that's why most of the world's innovation in AI continues to be done in the United States.
All right. There's a big concern about we've had this at ports. We had a port strike. We have another one looming. And a big concern is automation and the use of AI to take jobs away. That's a concern for people, among many of what artificial intelligence can do. Is that a real fear? Is that really going to happen in more and more cases over time?
Sure. I mean, you can't blame people for being uncomfortable and nervous about that. This is not a new topic, by the way. This goes all the way back to the Industrial Revolution when the followers of Ned Ludd in the United Kingdom burned the automated textile weaving looms because they were afraid that the technology was going to take their jobs away. And, they were right to be concerned about that. Actually, it did take their jobs away. But technological innovations are always disruptive that way. But I mean, I think it's instructive to go back and look at what has happened after those technological innovations. You look at, for example, the Luddites in pre-industrial revolutionary England. Those automated looms were the first time in human history that high-quality cloth garments were available to middle-class people. Before that, only rich people could afford them, and everyone else had homespun. So this is something that brought incredible progress to human society at the cost of those jobs and ended up creating many, many more jobs than it displaced. And that's been true of a lot of innovations, the printing press, for example, and most recently the internet. And if you look at the jobs that the internet, for example, has created, they're jobs that by and large we could not have imagined existing before the internet. And I am 100% confident that will be true of artificial intelligence as well.
All right, there's a lot of areas. We don't have time to go into everything, but you could do maybe a bullet point on each. How does AI help agriculture?
Oh, we have a whole chapter of this in our report, but there's a field called precision agriculture where that combines sensing technology like satellites and global positioning systems along with AI to, for example, come up with weed eradication plans that don't depend on spraying pesticides on entire or herbicides on entire fields. It can be done piecemeal. The way that crop cycles are scheduled. AI is going to be transformational in agriculture.
All right, healthcare. What about healthcare?
I don't think that there's a field that's going to be more transformed by AI than healthcare. It's going to be completely revolutionized from new drug discovery with some of the protein folding that AI is enabled, all the way to the relationship between a patient and their doctor, where no, AI is not going to replace your doctor.
Yeah, because I'm not going to go to a doctor bot, am I? I don't want to do that.
Nor should you, because that's a highly consequential decision that humans should be making. But your doctor's opinion is going to be informed by an incredible wealth of knowledge brought to them by artificial intelligence. They're going to be smarter about everything that comes to the patient-doctor relationship. So it's going to be revolutionary.
Financial services. I mean, so many people now with whether it's Apple Pay or PayPal, Venmo. I mean, there's been so much of a move toward electronic payments and everything. Crypto continues to be something that looks like it's going to be on the rise. Certainly it has a friend in President-elect Trump. How much is AI connected to that?
Well, AI is going to have a profound impact on the provision of financial services in the U.S. And if we manage that transition properly, it's going to be a very positive impact. It's really going to democratize access to financial services. It's going to empower people. It's going to make markets freer. It can have a lot of beneficial impacts.
Okay. There's always somebody like me who's going to ask this question. You know, we've seen the Terminator movie, and Skynet got too smart and took over. People who, you've been studying artificial intelligence for all these months, that's not realistic, is it?
No, not right now. And this is part of the challenge that we have in coming up with a regulatory framework for AI, because Americans have had their opinion of AI colored by 50 years of science fiction and pop culture.
Right.
And so we really don't have a very realistic opinion of what the actual long-term hazards of AI are. You know, we think it's an army of evil robots. And we don't worry as much about the things we ought to be worrying about, which is the potential use of AI to spread mis and disinformation, the geopolitical ramifications of AI, the use of AI for cyber fraud and cyber theft, the cybersecurity implications of AI, the way that the AI can be used to pierce through digital data privacy and compromise people's data. We don't worry about all of those things, but taken together, they might be equally consequential as an army of evil robots rising up to take over the world. And Congress needs to act very soon on. For example, things like non-consensual intimate imagery, where we've got young people across the country who are being bullied because it's so easy to take their face and superimpose it on a pornographic body, for example. And we need to make it clear that that's not okay, and we need to put guide rails against that in place.
Well, it's a brand new report from the House Bipartisan AI Task Force just out. Congressman Jay Obernolte is the co-chair, a Republican from California. Thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. It was an honor.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey guys, so you've heard me talking a lot about the KardioMobile EKG devices. So you know already they're the most advanced personal EKGs on the market. And now these amazing devices are at their lowest prices of the year, but only for a couple more weeks. I can't think of a better gift to give to a loved one. I mentioned that my dad has one. He loves it. Than the gift of managing their heart health. On the go, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. These things let you take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds, right on your phone, and now you can get one, listen to this, for just $69. They can even detect AFib, which is a leading cause of stroke. I'm telling you, these prices are not going to last. $69 for the best-selling KardioMobile device. There's no better gift for yourself or a loved one, and at this price, there's no better time than right now. Go to Kardia.com, Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now. 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hi, this is Howard Eskin, and you can get game day and holiday ready with Jack Daniels at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store. Pick up the original Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey, Jack Fire, or Jack Honey 1.75 milliliter bottles, all for $3 off, or a 4-pack of Jack and Coke, or Jack and Coke Zero Sugar. Now ready to drink in a can. Jack Daniels, born for the tailgate, and please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and all number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Police investigating a mass shooting that broke out Tuesday night outside a funeral home in Towson, Maryland. Baltimore County Chief of Police Robert McCulloch with an update on the victims.
At this time, we have 10 individuals that have been injured. One's deceased. 9 were transported to the hospital.
No word on a motive. Police say they found a car on its side on fire when they arrived. House Intel Committee receiving a classified briefing yesterday about the mystery drones seen in New Jersey and other states. Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw says part of the problem is there's no central agency responsible for drones.
I think one of the biggest problems that we're coming across as members of Congress is that there's not really a great legal framework to deal with this.
Law enforcement officials have said that the drones do not pose a threat to public safety. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The future has arrived in Atlanta. The Falcons are making a change under center, sitting Kirk Cousins in favor of rookie Michael Penix Jr. In a statement, head coach Raheem Morris said, quote, "After review, we have made the decision Michael Penix will be the Atlanta Falcons starting quarterback moving forward. This was a football decision, and we are fully focused on preparing the team for Sunday's game against the New York Giants." Cousins has struggled mightily in recent weeks, throwing 9 interceptions and just 1 touchdown in the last 5 games. Penix was selected by the Falcons with the 8th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I think it's national championship or bust for Ryan Day.
Yeah, number 1's easy.
Ryan Day, Ohio State, hosting when he probably wishes he was on the road because the fan base is already pissed off for greatness. The optics here are obvious, but internally, I don't care what Ross Bjork is saying. Come on. He says absolutely going to be. No. The absolute is he's going to be back on the sideline for at least one more game at Ohio Stadium. And if things don't go well and he loses another massive game in a year where they spent how much money on their roster? Top to bottom talent, they're the team. But Ryan Day will be not the coach. That's what we know. The pressure valve, it is cranked up and it's cracking. Can they fix it? Can they turn down the volume? It's not they, it's one person, him. He's got to step up. This is a massive game to prove that he's the Ohio State Buckeyes head coach.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Auto dealerships and online stores were busier places last month, and the government reports they were a big part of an increase in retail spending for November, a 0.7% increase, beating estimates. Reports say Black Friday and Cyber Monday promotions generated massive sales for the likes of Amazon and even TikTok's e-commerce shop. Restaurant spending fell for the first time since March. There's no signs that's been an issue at Taco Bell, but that chain's trying to pump up sales with their own spin on chicken nuggets. The Taco Bell twist is the breading contains tortilla chips. The nuggets will be on the menu starting Thursday for a limited time. Subway is switching from Coke to Pepsi in the U.S., this after a major franchisee group dropped their opposition to the terms of an agreement. PepsiCo, the maker of Mountain Dew and Starry, formerly Sierra Mist, scored a major win in March when the chain announced it would be serving PepsiCo beverages after years of being a Coca-Cola customer. I'm Scott Carr, Bloomberg Radio.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I went to My Computer Career because I needed job security.
Because I wanted a career in cybersecurity.
I went to My Computer Career because IT jobs are everywhere.
My old job was going nowhere.
I went because I didn't want college loans for the rest of my life.
Because I wanted a career for the rest of my life.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Classes available online or in person. Financial aid available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. 529 college savings plans accepted.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text EDGE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text EDGE to 42424. That's EDGE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I had gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9-to-5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, December 18th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, on a midweek hump day in which not only is Sean Farish with us for all 4 hours, but Tony Bruno is going to join us at 8:30 this morning.
Who signed off on this?
I know. Get management in here. Where the hell are the bosses?
We call it a full house, right?
It's a full house. I'll be Uncle Jesse. Actually, no, Sean, you're Uncle Jesse. Rebecca is Dawn, because Rebecca, as you know, was the TV anchor in Full House. I'll be Danny Tanner. and Stalker's Uncle Joey.
Uncle Joey.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
I get to
Dave
be
Coulier.
Yeah. The least likable one on that show.
There you go. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Uncle Joey, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Sean Farish, how's Nashville?
Oh, it's never been better. It's never been better to wake up in the South. Every day I wake up in a beautiful, it's a beautiful free red state. We love it. I have to say that. We love our guns. We love our no taxes.
Yeah.
Right? We love no taxes.
That's right. Although that damn sales tax in Nashville and Tennessee, what is it, 9%?
Oof. That's all right. You know what? We don't talk about the sales tax because that only hits you. That only hits you when you buy things. At least they don't take when you make. That's what I say.
I like that. Sounds like a slogan. Could be on a T-shirt.
I just came up with that now.
There you go.
You know, that's,
you came up with that. I came up with that.
Yes. We just create all sorts of marketing slogans here on Kayal and Company. All right. We got a lot of good things to get to today. A big take on health in this country, but I want to look at it from both a mental health and a physical health standpoint. So a little bit of the sick stuff when we talk about the school shootings, when we talk about saying, yeah, you know what, that CEO's murder, it was justified, he had it coming. We'll look at health from a mental standpoint as well as a food and a pharma standpoint, RFK Jr. style. So that's coming up this morning. Also, we've got people in New Jersey, as the drone watch continues, that are now saying they are experiencing physical symptoms.
Yeah.
Don't get me started. Please don't get me started.
Yeah, it's called a cold.
Too early to get started. I'm an hour behind in the Central Time Zone.
Oh, wow.
Guys.
So it's 5:04 in,
That's right.
where
Guys,
you are.
I'm telling you right now, this drone thing is driving me nuts.
Uh-oh.
And I'm not in your area. It is driving me crazy.
We have the mayor of Belleville, New Jersey, that says that radioactive material in New Jersey went missing on December 2nd.
Radioactive.
Please don't get me started. Greg,
Sorry.
you're getting me started
I know.
right now.
That's
this radioactive thing.
That's what I do.
We started. You know what went missing? Sam Brinton went missing. Okay, that's what it was. The guy in the dress. He was the nuclear waste. My wife came up with that joke. She goes, "Didn't that guy? Where is he? Is he the radioactive material?"
He's in klepto prison. That's where he's at.
The mayor suggested the material may have come through Port Newark.
Yeah.
So there you go.
At Newark.
Great.
It's North, not South Jersey.
It's good to know the Port Authority's doing their job. Oh, all right. We'll get to all of it this morning. And also, an unbelievable amount of under 30 voters believe that the murder of Brian Thompson is acceptable
It's gross.
and justified.
It's gross.
Which explains part of the big take this morning on our unfit society. So we'll get to all of it as we continue. Cut sheet 7:45, and again, Bruno at 8:30 live from Florida. It's all still ahead. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one right off the top here at 6:05, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. 35 degrees on this December 18th. Still a warmer than usual day. We'll get to the forecast. Sponsored by Holland Floor Covering this morning. We have an update on a story we have talked a lot about, and it is unbelievable in this tragedy, murder on the Mainline. So we're learning now that the guys on the Mainline accused of breaking into a Mainline home, murdering a son as he tried to protect his mom, they had the wrong house. The burglars had the wrong house.
And the mom is still kind of struggling for her life, correct?
Yeah, mom may never
terrible.
walk again.
25. He was 25, right?
Her 25-year-old, her youngest son, was, according to Kevin Steele, the Montgomery County DA there on the Mainline. This is Lower Marion Township. So we knew that these two guys broke into the house, and for whatever reason, and they were there for burglary, according to authorities, but shot and murdered this 25-year-old son as he was trying to protect his mom, who was in bed at the time, lying in bed.
So what exactly how did they arrive at the conclusion that they went to the wrong house? Did they have a victim that they were targeting? Was there a house with certain things in it that they went to and they ended up at the wrong address?
That's the critical question. So these guys were, according to authorities, they were tipped off that the house they were looking for, which, by the way, was in Bucks County.
Yeah, you're in the wrong county, Holmes.
Well,
Right?
did you see the two suspects? They don't look like brain
not the brain
surgeons.
trust
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
region.
Yeah, they're not going to head up Doge.
Are these DEI burglars? Are we saying?
DEI burglars. They're not even the good burglars.
Yeah, exactly.
So don't have GPS or whatever. So, but seriously, the prosecutor Kevin Steele saying that they use the word executed because the son murdered Andrew Gaudio. He was shot in the back of the head.
Oh God!
And was then on
all for jewelry, right?
Well, no, that they were after firearms, and that's the so it
was the government.
What we learned was that according to the prosecutors, the two suspects actually worked at Junk Luggers, a junk removal business that's located in Willow Grove. And so allegedly, these two guys who have been identified as 42-year-old Kelvin Roberts of Philadelphia, 41-year-old Charles Fulworth of Jenkintown, both charged now with first-degree murder in the case of the 25-year-old. And these guys were tipped off by somebody who worked at Junk Luggers, went to the home in Bucks County, and saw all of these firearms. And so now the coworkers, this is according to the theory, now go to the address they think it is, but they've got a similar address, only the wrong county.
It's unbelievable.
Am I the only one who's acting like a 5-year-old who hears junk luggers and junk removal and thinks something else like Bruce Jenner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I'm just asking.
They're going to have some issues with their junk in the joint, if you know what I mean.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
So in this one also, the Kevin Steele, the DA there in Bucks County, he's saying that these suspects, quote, are clearly involved in gun trafficking, noting there was a 3D printer, indications of a ghost gun were also discovered. So this investigation is continuing and ongoing. But in this case, what a tragedy for this family, for this mom, Bernadette, who we've talked about. She had multiple surgeries since this happened. They broke into the family home that her kids grew up in, by the way. And so she continues to recover in the hospital, had to learn from her older sons, their youngest son, Andrew, what happened here and that he didn't make it. And she continues to recover, may never walk again. It's such a tragedy.
If they're found guilty, the same thing that they did to that poor 25-year-old should be done to them.
Absolutely.
Eye for an eye.
Yes, right.
Eye for an eye.
Yep.
Amen.
Well, speaking of prison, two current Fromhold Correctional Facility corrections officers, they are accused of smuggling contraband for cash in Philadelphia. Identified as 41.
Was it tuna?
It was no tuna. Were they smuggling tuna?
That'll be Friday.
Into the prison. Yeah, that'll be Friday when we gather. 41-year-old Roderick Price and Christina Ingram, 23 years old, arrested for their alleged roles in two different smuggling schemes. And this is according to the DA, Larry Krasner, here in Philadelphia, making this announcement. So the thing to note here is that these two don't appear to have been working together. These are separate operations, busting both of them. And this case, they say, is an example of rooting out corruption in our prison system. It all began during an investigation of a shooting and a kidnapping, discovered that the inmates were receiving the contraband like cell phones, charging cords, AirPods, and, you guessed it, drugs. So in this one, they're both under arrest and obviously facing very serious charges, including corrupt organization, criminal conspiracy, dealing in illegal proceeds, contraband, other related offenses. We do have the indictment of the killer of the United Healthcare CEO suspect, Luigi Mangione. I'll headline that because I know that's a part of Nick Kayal's big take this morning, but 11-count indictment yesterday charging Mangione officially. You'll hear more about this and as well that news conference that happened announcing the charges. He's expected to be extradited today, so we'll get into that one. And I know we'll get into the missing radioactive materials in New Jersey. We'll get into that story as well, but I will tell you that the Department of Energy has said, nope, that theory of radioactive materials in Jersey, no, they're debunking that one.
Yeah, well, it's debunking season.
It's already been debunked, and I have the document. This is something that has literally drove me nuts over the last, because of what there is technically radioactive material that went missing, and what it is not what everyone thinks it is.
Okay.
Or what the clickbait folks who are looking for clout on social media want it to be. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So this is our little tease. It was something that was lost in transit, and it's a piece of something that, yes, could give off radioactive material, but lost in transit.
Yeah.
That's my little tease.
Yeah. If you want radioactive material, check out my restroom last night. It was Taco Tuesday at the Kayal household, all right? There's your radioactive material.
Oh, boy.
That's a sin.
Sounds like somebody had Taco Bell. Huh? You know? Crunchwrap Supreme had a very poor exit strategy, as I call it. Right?
Taco.
Not enough crunch, Sean.
Taco, burrito.
Too much Supreme.
Too much Supreme.
He's got something in his Speedo.
Yeah.
We are sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier family-owned carpet and flooring dealer. New carpet creates a cozy atmosphere in your home, can add warmth to any room. Showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. Free samples, no obligation estimates. HollandFloor.com on what will be, well, it'll feel a bit cozy, not as warm as yesterday, but we still get up to 54 degrees. But this evening, the rain moves in, and we're in for a big cool down. We'll talk about that upcoming. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to it midweek. Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it's brought to you by Wawa. The Big Take, unfit and unstable. America's mental and physical health epidemic. From mentally unfit to physically unfit, America is an unhealthy nation. And we have devolved as a civilization, celebrating the murder of a healthcare company CEO. We just had another mass school shooting with an unhinged leftist, and we have a country that is eating so poorly that it's actually hard to believe the average lifespan in America is the mid-70s. From poisons to pharma to pills, it's a diabolical cycle and an unbelievable life-shortening process. But I do think America is having somewhat of an awakening. That said, much like a New Year's resolution and a diet with a gym membership, change won't happen overnight. And it won't require, the ability to just see things through for a few weeks. It is going to require a long-term commitment over multiple election cycles to see these health results. Did you know that according to data.worldobesity.org, the United States is the 10th most obese country on the planet, with 42% of Americans qualifying as obese? The website lists a total of 200 nations, meaning about 190 out of the 200 countries are more physically fit than America. And according to data from usnews.com, when it pertains to mental health, the United States ranks 29th in the world in prevalence of depressive disorders, with a rate of about 5% or about 15 million people. We are the largest country in the top 30 list of countries with the highest depression rates. And I'm not even sure if that includes other mental health disorders, anxiety, bipolar, etc., or where we rank with the use of medications and prescriptions. But you can probably assume in America, it's not good. We are flat out an unhealthy nation. And it's unacceptable considering the wealth our country has, the technological advancements of the medical field and science, and the available resources we have as a society to live a healthy life. And after the pandemic, COVID restrictions, falsehoods about the vaccine, it's no wonder that America's mental and physical health crisis has been exacerbated over the last 3 or 4 years. But let's start with food and vaccines. Americans simply do not trust the system the way they did even 20 to 25 years ago. Enter Bobby Kennedy, RFK Jr., to head up Health and Human Services. Here's CNN's Harry Enton explaining where we are today. Listen and watch this.
I'll tell you something that we don't know. When it comes to how Americans feel about the government's ability to keep our food safe, the percentage of Americans who believe or have trust in the government to keep our food safe has been declining considerably this century. Take a look here. Back in 2001 was 82%. 2019, it drops to 68%. And look at that percentage now, down to 57%. That's a drop of 25 points since the beginning of the century. And a big reason why you have that drop is because of parents. The drop among parents to keep our food safe has dropped considerably. It's now down to about only 50% at this point.
Which is incredible. Now, when you think about vaccines, actually in history, you can have an argument about all sorts of things, whether it's the wheel or the internal combustion engine. I don't know what you want to say.
Whatever.
But vaccines are on that list of
Yes.
something that could have been one of the greatest, impacts on human, certainly lifespan, in terms of people living longer. Science has proven again and again and again that vaccines work. But views that we just heard in Mina's piece are no longer on the fringe.
No, they're not on the fringe at all. In fact, they're becoming more and more mainstream. You know, we can look again at this trend line in terms of folks who believe that the U.S. government should require vaccinations from children. And what do we see here? Look at this. Look at this trend line. In 1991, it was 81% who believed that we should require childhood vaccines. Look at that drop to 62% in 2019. And that drop now to just 51%, just a bare majority.
In 5 years.
In 5 years. I mean, my goodness gracious, as the son of a pediatrician, I never thought I would see it. But here we are.
Here we are. And one thing I will say is certainly correlated. Is COVID and the COVID vaccine.
Absolutely.
2004. I mean, that is a reality.
100%. And distrust in government overall.
Yes, all of those things very much related. But RFK Jr. has more support from voters, according to what you're looking at, than any of Trump's other cabinet picks.
Yeah, Fox News just came out with a recent poll, which essentially asked, should these folks get confirmed by the United States Senate? And what do we see with RFK Jr.? We see that the clear plurality, 48%, believe that he should be confirmed, compared to just 43% who say no. So more think he should be confirmed than not. And when I was looking around the crosstabs, one of the most interesting things is, where does he get that most support from? From young folks, from parents, from folks who might have children growing up. And so I think that really just tells you that this whole thing, this kind of what I would call anti-science, but they would say they're looking at the science sort of movement, is really gaining steam with the younger generations. That's part of the reason why we see all that distrust with vaccines and the food protection in this country.
All right, Harry, thank you very much.
America wants Robert Kennedy. The question is, does the swamp want Robert Kennedy? We know the lobbyists do not. He's persona non grata with big food and big pharma. Politico with a column yesterday with the headline, quote, the real sticky situation facing the public health establishment, RFK Jr. Public health officials see promise in some of RFK Jr.'s plans to prevent chronic disease, but, quote, despair at his vaccine conspiracy theories. Politico writes, quote, nearly a dozen researchers and public health officials who spoke with Politico see in Kennedy a chance to improve Americans' poor diet and exercise habits and reduce their exposure to harmful chemicals. But they also see a purveyor of dangerous misinformation about vaccinations who could do irreparable harm to the public's health. They're coming to different conclusions about whether they should seek to direct Kennedy's energies or oppose him entirely, end quote. I think RFK Jr. is super spot on with food, and he is very much worth listening to on a handful of vaccines. And America's trust in vaccines, after being told the nonsense that the COVID shot was 100% safe and effective, is rightfully low. Youngsters developed myocarditis. Tony Bruno, who's coming up at 8:30, had heart issues after getting the vaccine. So you can see why almost nobody is getting the latest booster in late 2024. And that includes most healthcare workers. Scott Jennings of CNN said, we need to make science again. Listen and watch this clip.
I think there's a number of things going on today. Number one, RFK hit the right note on Capitol Hill on the polio vaccine. Polio vaccine's fine. The boss, Trump, laid down the marker. We're not touching the polio vaccine. This was a frenzy over the last few days. This was totally put to bed today. So that's number one. Number two, if I were in their shoes, I would just simply say everything we do is going to be based on science and evidence-based decision-making, because that's all anybody really wants to hear. And if I were further advising RFK and Donald Trump on vaccines or anything else, I would say, I'd like for science to go back to be science, because during COVID and during the last few years, science became religion. You know, when we're putting people up on pedestals and making prayer candles with their image on it and sewing pillows with their face on it, that's no longer science. That became a religion. So if I were in their shoes, I would say science is going to rule, evidence-based decision-making is going to rule, and that's how we're going to make all our decisions. I also think it's important for us to remember, why are we here at all in this moment where people are questioning the public health regime? And it is all out of COVID. Everything comes from COVID. Things we were told that weren't true, things about the vaccine that we were told that weren't true. This has caused people, in the past, folks might have just accepted this sight unseen. Now, I think it's legitimate for Americans to say, are we being told the absolute truth by the supposed experts? I don't have a problem with those questions. But millions of school children, millions of people's small businesses,
I understand
millions of
all
lives
of that.
were totally upended on
get
things
it.
that ultimately we deeply regret.
But it wasn't necessarily all because of science. And I think what we
It was
do
because
a
we were
lot of
lied to
time-
about the science.
Well, I mean,
They made it up.
Well, let me just say this.
6 feet
If
made
I
up.
would have
6 feet made up, masks, vaccines, boosters, isolation, quarantining, contact tracing, vaccination cards. It all became a cult, and you still see the virtue signaling today. But Scott Jennings, I think, nails it again. But how do we break up the system? Because you know it'll be fought tooth and nail. There's way too much money at stake. Powerful lobbyists, pharmaceutical companies with endless financial resources, politicians who are bought and paid for, doctors getting kickbacks. The entire system is rigged. It'll take countless years and countless elections, and you get slow and steady. And that's the way to go about it. The dismantling of these legal drug cartels. And it's likely not going to change dramatically in my lifetime, but it could be by the end of my kid's lifetime. And that to me is worth fighting for. From a mental health standpoint to a physical health standpoint, we have too many psychos. We have too many fatzos. We should all be embracing the change, and we should welcome the conversation. You don't need to think that Bobby Kennedy is accurate with everything, but he's certainly not crazy with some of the things that he does say that is factually correct. I think it's time that we take a two-pronged approach to America's health, because the state of our health is an utter joke, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning brought to you by Wawa. You've got great taste. Well, so does Wawa. That's why Wawa lets you customize a delicious crispy or roasted chicken sandwich just the way you want. Chicken, how you wanna at Wawa. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts on the big take as far as our mental health epidemic and our physical health crisis. And then we'll get into the latest with the drones, as Jersey residents now say they are experiencing physical symptoms. Speaking of mental health, let's get to that on the other side as well. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Sean, full house today here on a Wednesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
6 a.m. hour brought to you by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready Holiday Sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winterford.com. That's winter, WINNER Ford.com. See Dino Rucci. Tell him you heard about it on 1210 WPHT Winter Ford. Dawn, talk to us about DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, because I'm looking at my privacy protections on my virtual private network, my VPN on DuckDuckGo. Default browser, check. Private search on, web tracking protection. The little purple shield is up. And the cookie pop-up protection, email protection. It's all in there. What am I talking about? The VPN status report, because I don't like those creepy sites. Right? And you don't either, that are that you want to block from tracking you or tracking me. No matter where I go. Over the weekend, I was out of state, out of town, visiting, shopping, family. No matter where I go, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro automatically and repeatedly is scanning more than 50 sites at a time, sites which can store or sell your information, which obviously can, raise your risk of becoming a victim of fraud or ID theft. So you have a limited chance right now to try this incredible service free for an entire month. What are you waiting for? DuckDuckGo.com/1210. It's a 3 for 3 services included. The VPN that I talked about, full device protection, encrypted VPN. It's fast, it's simple, it's secure. And by the way, when I go to Italy next spring, yep, I'm covered because those servers are across the United States and Europe. And then personal information removal, I've talked a lot about it. It's going to track, find, and remove, extract any of your personal details that are out there, like your name, your address, your cell phone number from those creepy sites that store and sell it. And then the identity theft restoration. This is unbelievable. This by itself is incredible. If, God forbid, your identity is stolen, a specialist is going to help you restore those stolen accounts, help recover financial losses, even help correct your credit report. I love DuckDuckGo. You're going to love it too. Privacy Pro. So time's running out. 30-day free trial, DuckDuckGo.com/1210. And then after the 30 days, again, I know you're going to love it. Then you're going to pay $9.99 a month for the subscription of Privacy Pro DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here for my friends at Omaha Steaks. Gifting during the holidays is a warm experience to make someone else's life more enjoyable. Forget gift cards, electronics, or clothing. Get them a memorable experience like the gourmet foods from Omaha Steaks. How about a curated gift package that they will savor with so much flavor? Perhaps filet mignon, courtesy of Omaha Steaks. And now you can get the perfect gift with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an extra $30 off your purchase by using the promo code Nick at checkout. We had the filet mignon, the burgers, and the chicken breasts, and it was the freshest meal I've ever had delivered to my doorstep. The girls loved the chicken. My wife said the burgers melted in her mouth, and I absolutely love the filet. 5 generations of family excellence dating back to 1917. Wow your friends and family with a gift that is way different than the ordinary. OmahaSteaks.com, 50% off site-wide. Use the promo code Nick for an extra $30 off at checkout. Do it today. OmahaSteaks.com.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Right, the spirit's up.
Drones come out at night.
We're here tonight, and that's enough. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time.
6:30. It's Kayal and Company. Having a wonderful time. Full house this morning. Sean Farish is with Dawn, Greg, and myself. Tony Bruno coming up in 2 hours. The cut sheet just over an hour from now. So, I was thinking about this yesterday a lot from the mental health standpoint with this United story and now this shooting out there in Madison, Wisconsin. And I was thinking about the big take of just doing mental health. And then I stumbled across this Harry Enton clip a little bit earlier. And I was just amazed to see the erosion of the trust and the faith of the American public. And we've seen that in countless institutions, academia, federal agencies, the media, politicians, and certainly our healthcare system. And then you see numbers like RFK Jr. actually has more support than non-support, which again goes against the media narrative and the mainstream media that this guy's a fringe psycho. No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Most people think he's a wackadoo. Dawn, your thoughts, because you are, to my knowledge, mentally with it and certainly physically fit. I know you diet and all you do is drink coffee for the first 8 hours of your day. Your thoughts on where we are with health in this country right now, whether it's mentally, physically, the lack of trust. or the fact that Bobby Kennedy actually has more support than he doesn't.
I think when you said we're just a bunch of psychos and fatzos,
That's what we are.
I laughed out loud.
It is.
I thought of the movie. Remember the movie Wall-E? Remember the movie Wall-E?
Wall-E.
Yes.
Right? Wall-E.
I got along very well with that robot, by the way. Tremendous robot, right?
And so I just picture that when you said, because it's basically the premise is that we ruined Earth or whatever happened to Earth, and so everybody's like waiting to inhabit Mars, I guess. So they're all on a spaceship, and they're just obese people on big lounge chairs in this spaceship, and they can't even walk because they're just so fat.
Yep.
So and not just big, but unfit.
Yeah.
With weak bones, weak muscles,
Yep.
just atrophied.
Yep.
And then overweight, and so
Sloppy
that's,
Chris Christie.
Yeah, so that's what I pictured. I was like, oh great, this is a positive energy fate. When I think of the fact that the average American gains 8 pounds during the holiday season.
Yep.
So thanks for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Sean Farish, 42% of Americans qualify as obese. And I do think the whole body mass index is an antiquated concept.
Yeah.
Like, based on my height, I should be 165. If I was down to 165, you would think I had AIDS. It wouldn't be a good look. I'd look god-awfully frail. But the system is so bad, and the mental health as well. We're the biggest nation on the list of mental health, and the only nations that are actually better than us physically and mentally are nations that most of us couldn't identify on a map.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? So there's that mistrust of the public health system, right? Which you've been highlighting. So, you mentioned that 42% of the country is, qualifies as obese, right? So there's like a double-edged sword here. I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle, right? Where there is a large portion of people who are actually overweight, unhealthily overweight. And then there's a bunch of people they want to stick on Ozempic because Big Pharma is going to make some money, right?
Yeah.
Just like how everybody is autistic now, and every child who has energy has ADHD, and drug them, right?
Thank you.
So like it's a double-edged sword, right? Here's the thing. Listen to your body. You don't overeat. You won't. You got to do a lot, let's say, to wind up like a Chris Christie. I mean, you really do, right? I mean, and then there are some people. I've known people who have actual metabolic disorders who could eat celery and still put weight on, and that's a problem, and you have to address it. But go exercise. Go for a walk. All right, exercise a little bit. Don't eat an entire box of donuts. Have one or two. You know what I mean? It's just moderation. But we do have, look at the standard American diet, right? They call it the SAD. It's the SAD, standard American diet. SAD. It's not a coincidence that that's the acronym. And then that's the diet where they tell you that meat and fats are bad. Remember, eggs are bad, but all the bread in the world is good, and all this processed stuff, and carbs, and sugar. And, look at what your sodas and everything is filled with. It's just got to do a little soul searching when you look at your food and understand that this is not necessarily a diet that's optimized for what the human body is optimized for. Yeah. And again, 42% of the country, is that many people obese? I don't know. But I will say that there's a very large number, probably larger than the rest of the world. But there is a sliver, maybe a larger chunk than just a sliver, who, quote unquote, qualifies as obese because there are medications they want to start, getting people hooked on.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I think this whole BMI thing, like you said, is ridiculous. I was looking up the healthiest countries in the world. Number one, Monaco. I don't know if you've been to Monaco, but it's a very wealthy country.
Couldn't find it on a map.
Monaco,
Nope.
Princess Grace from Philadelphia. Okay,
that means we probably send that country billions of dollars in foreign aid if we don't find it on a map.
Princess Grace.
Angola, I don't know where that is.
Japan, Israel, those are the top three. Italy and Norway make the top 10, as well as Australia, Switzerland, Sweden, Singapore, Australia. They're all in the top 10.
Amazing.
So when you think about those countries, what do? They celebrate food, but they don't eat processed food. Those countries in particular, they focus on the fact that like food is medicine, and fresh food, Mediterranean type diet and in a lot of those, and a lot of fish.
Yeah. And they also do a lot of
Australia.
a lot of walking, right? Like, Dawn, when you were in Italy, everybody's just out and about walking 2-3 miles a day from point A to point B.
Or riding bikes.
Or riding bikes. So what do we do in America? Oh, it's calling Uber.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Australia's healthy because they, if you're eating too much, I heard they give you Vegemite, and then you stop eating for about. Have you ever had that? By the way,
What is it? What is it?
Okay, so it's like and there are going to be Aussies who are going to get really upset because they swear it's a spread. It's kind of like butter, or like
like Nutella. It's like Nutella.
Yeah, no, it looks like Nutella, but it does not taste like Nutella. Okay,
It's
stuff tastes like. I mean, have you ever if you've ever played baseball, right, and you go like head first into second base and you get dirt in your mouth, that's Vegemite, right? Like it's good on bacon, but so is everything. It's okay on toast, and it's horrible straight out of the thing. Like I brought some home. And you're not supposed to do that, right? I got it through customs. It's not supposed to happen. But I brought a little bit. I went to Australia in 2007, and I brought it home. And I a friend of mine was very gullible. It's brown in color. I said, "You got to try this Australian chocolate. It's the best thing you've ever had in your life." And he had it. He's like, I was like, it's Vegemite. There you go. It's gross. It's really disgusting. So in Australia, what happens is if you overeat, they give you Vegemite. You throw everything up. All right, that's the way that goes.
It's made from leftover yeast used to make beer, celery, onion, salt.
It's like a puking laxative.
So
it's really gross.
Wow.
So I must say this too about how Nick, Dawn, you guys especially know how I feel about the whole food thing. It's a huge pet peeve of mine what we consume. I want to be careful, too, about what the government can tell us we can eat and what we actually, do for ourselves.
Sure.
Because I'm not into the government saying, you can't eat this, you can't eat that.
Right.
People should be able to eat whatever they want to. I don't care.
Oh, yes.
You do you. I'm just saying that I believe that we need to have more information on the type of stuff that we're putting into our body. So if the Fruit Loops package that we're eating has, 37 ingredients, let us know what those 37 ingredients are.
Sure.
Well, especially
when you get the Surgeon General warning on the back of the pack of cigarettes, right?
Yep.
Cigarettes aren't illegal, but they're not healthy.
Exactly.
They're not good
Thank
for you.
you.
Yeah.
Alcohol,
Thank you.
if you drink too much alcohol, right, you'll have a good time while you're doing it, but if you do this over a long period of time, but it's not illegal, right? So I'm with you on that, and that the government should not be mandating, right, or when it comes to our food bought, when it comes to the, whatever, red dye 40, I don't know how there's 40 different things. Red, just put red in the food and call it a day.
Yep.
But let me know what that does. All right. And let me make the decision. Don't keep us in the dark.
Agreed. 855-839-1210. John is in South Jersey, and he's got some thoughts this morning. John, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
How you guys doing this morning?
We're doing well.
Yeah, I think throughout the schools, I see a lot of students going through this. But when I reflect, I think we see it just in our adults as well. I link it back to, I feel like when we had the cell phone in our hand, that's when it started. And then COVID put it on steroids. But I think the connection's not there. And then when you see in the schools, it's been compounded. I think the mistrust and the JFK knowledge, I think that some people are starting to look at is like, before you go on a drug, maybe we should change your diet.
Yeah,
and
the first line of defense shouldn't just be big pharma, right? Like do the natural stuff first.
Yeah,
but we kind of, I think, I'm 40. I think we were programmed kind of just to go to the doctor and believe what they say. So I think people are starting to come around to that.
Yeah. Well, I lost a lot of respect and trust, not for all doctors, but during the pandemic when we found out that these doctors were getting bonuses for, COVID vaccines. And I'm sure that's not the first time that doctors have gotten kickbacks and rewards for, prescribing this prescription or giving this vaccination. But I was like, wait a minute. So you're being incentivized to push the vaccine on me when perhaps at 35 years old and I'm in physically good shape, I don't need the vaccine. So that's always a concern. But I think social media he's exactly right here. And social media attacks you in two ways. One, it messes with your mental health because it creates this illusion of this is how life is lived, when in reality, what you see on the phone is not the majority of society. And then, by the way, when you're done scrolling on your phone and 2 hours have gone by and you haven't moved, that's like an hour right there where you could have been on a treadmill, for God's sakes, right? Like, we waste countless time on social media.
That's the thing. And Elon, I think, recently said something like, well, Ozempic should be available for everybody. And I'm like, but there's a free alternative, and not medical alternative for weight loss.
Yep.
Get up and move, right?
100%.
Like you could buy a 10 pound, a 15 pound, a 30 pound kettlebell in Walmart and get your workout done in an hour and live a healthy life. It takes up this much space. It's the size of your head.
Yep.
Right? Everyone's got space for it. And you could just do that instead of going on a drug. Don't you want, like, this is my thing. And maybe this is me, but don't you want to be in control, not a drug, right? Like, I lost weight because I worked at it and I refined my diet and I live a healthy lifestyle, or I lost weight because I popped a pill.
Yep.
Just, some people need it. I'm not saying everybody can unlock fitness, by themselves. Some folks have a metabolic disorder, or some folks are, have let themselves go to a point where you need a little bit of help from the drug first to kind of help get some of that weight off so you can move a little better and get into an actual workout routine. But like, do you want to be on Ozempic for the rest of your life? I mean, there's no way. Why would you want to be on a drug for the rest of your life? I get migraines. Right? I mean, I've been through since 13 years old. I mean, doctor after doctor after doctor, take this. Eventually, I was like, I'm going to either just deal with it. I mean, the keto diet has gotten my migraines a little bit more under control. Chiropractics have gotten my migraines under control. But like, exercise, diet, do it yourself. I don't want to be popping pills for the rest of my life because I don't know. You hear about these turbo cancers and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what is it linked to the fact that we just are reliant on chemicals to live?
Oh, and
maybe
we also don't even know what the long-term side effects are to Ozempic. Just wait until the year 2030 rolls around and we find out people that took Ozempic between 2022 and 2025.
It's going to be like the Camp Lejeune commercial.
You think about
it's not, but it could happen. Yeah. Did you take Ozempic? Are you growing an extra toe? Like, this could be, who knows? I mean, it could be. I don't know. I have no idea.
No,
maybe that's the radioactive stuff that I'm missing.
Look, I saw a family member who's been on Ozempic recently, has lost like 35 pounds, looks great. And for some people, especially for people, let's say 65 and over, where your metabolism or your lifestyle is such where it's extremely hard to lose weight. And so I think, look, what we learn more and more is that being, like, let's say 45 pounds or more over, but even 10 pounds overweight, it shortens our lifespan. And then you add on to that, and I think that we are all being manipulated. You mentioned social media, but we've talked about the fact, I was looking up some of these additives that are in our foods that are banned everywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
And so other countries say, oh, no. If you want that, name brand, name the name brand. They don't allow the chemicals. They have to make it differently, and they do. But it's so much cheaper to make it the way they make it, which shows you they're incentivized to do this.
Yep.
And so we have to get that under control, and we have to be smart about it because we're getting played.
Yeah.
And then even the way crops are grown, okay? Think about the way that corporations have taken over everything, not just our media that we consume, which is not great, our mainstream media, but think about farming right now, how it's all corporatized. You go back, even it's biblical that you rotate your crops. So in other words, the crops that are in the ground that are like the Amish, how come the Amish don't get these diseases that we get? They rotate all their crops so that you are getting these incredible nutrients from them. They rotate the crops, right? We don't do any of that stuff.
Yeah. I just rotated my tomatoes last night about 10 degrees. Make sure they, they grow properly.
It's a sin.
I know. That's just all I have to offer on that. I don't really have much else.
You know,
to
they say tomato, right? Have you ever met anybody who says tomato?
No.
Nope.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Can't try,
Did?
those
I
are,
used
those,
to-
are-
have
those are
not.
co- those are
no,
communists.
Sean. I used to work with somebody who used to say tomato.
No tomato,
and it
please.
just it infuriated me. Lovely,
Yeah.
lovely human being she was. But
From
but
England or something?
No.
Yeah.
No.
What about potato?
No. Just tomato.
What about Nelly Furtado? 855-839-1210. Where's she been lately, by the way? Did she leave the country, too? Is she anti-Trump? Good. Get out.
Nobody's heard of her since 1998. So.
Well, that's the decade I'm stuck in.
Yeah, I know.
We'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour, and then New Jersey residents. Maybe it's people in our listening audience. Are you experiencing physical symptoms after a drone sighting? If so, call 855-839-1210.
Oh, please do. Please do.
Yes.
I would love to talk to you, please.
Give Sean a migraine. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, you got to join me next spring on the Italian Riviera. We were just talking about it. Italy in the top 10 of healthiest nations in the world. You would never know it. When we were on the Italy trip last year, we ate incredibly great food. I mean, just the pride that they take, the cheeses, everything's fresh. Farm to table, the wine, even the wine is different. It was just delicious. And I would say that about the entire trip. And yes, Lorenzo and Romina, they will be back with us. And once again, Conservative Tours, crafting this incredible itinerary that's sure to enchant all of us. Tuscany, the Riviera, the northern Italian lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events you're going to write home about. 5378, yes, that includes your airfare. Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, the fashion capital of Milan. Call toll free. Do this. This is just the few last spots are available this morning. 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. Luxury hotels, a Mercedes coach, a tour leader who is absolutely the best. That's Conservative Tours in Italy. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Charming Siena, home to Il Palio, the medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano, Modena, Lake Como, Vernazza. Join me next spring. I hope you do this. And for those of you who signed up, especially for those of you doing the trip again with me, thank you. It's going to be amazing. I'll see you in Portofino, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really. This is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 5,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal Company, 6:53 as we wind down hour number one live here on a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno at 8:30. The cut sheet just under an hour from now. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, young Americans believe that the Brian Thompson CEO murder was acceptable. Just what exactly is the percentage of deranged youths out there that think cold-blooded killing somebody is, a viable recourse? We'll talk about that story. And also, Nancy Mace says New Jersey drones could be aliens. Boy, Nancy Mace, I don't know. Maybe she got
no, really?
She got clocked in the head when that guy from Cook County came down and grabbed her.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's the fact that these elected officials are pushing the stupidity that
Yeah.
aliens, the mayor of Belleville, talking.
Yeah.
The mayor of Belleville, I'm convinced, can't read.
No, you're right.
Sean's going to have a heart attack
Yep.
before 10 a.m.
I know. I'm just going to keep teasing the story to get his blood pressure to spike. Nancy,
Yeah,
Nancy
I'm not going to have to go for a run on a treadmill later. I already have my heart rate's already elevated.
Nancy Mace, what is your New Year's resolution? I want to be crazier than Marjorie Taylor Greene.
She wants to be crazier than Sarah McBride. Holy cow.
We'll get to that story and the symptoms of Jersey drones as far as residents, as what they claim they're experiencing after what they see. That's coming up.
The only I'll
as
accept
well.
is their neck hurts from looking up. That's it.
Their neck hurts. By the way, coming up on Friday, and it's a shame that Sean won't be here because this is a great event, and I know Sean is very pro-police. It is the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation 5th Annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party. It's this Friday, 4 to 9 p.m. down in Old City, right on 2nd and Market. A $20 donation. GregStockerSucks.com, I believe?
GregStockerSucks.com is where you can go, and it's right there. All of it's right there. You can make the donation, even if you can't go. I'm calling everybody out, guys, in this YouTube chat. Everybody that we love all you people, even the ones that hate on us. We love all you people. I'm calling everybody out to at least, if you can't go, it's fine, but at least make a donation to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's for a great cause, but we'd love to see you there because we're all going to be there.
That's right, and you're going to be well into day 3 of your vacation, and yet you're still going to attend.
Yeah, Dawn Stensland, a rare Dawn Stensland appearance.
No.
Yeah, right? I mean,
You get a talent.
We were there last year.
You get a talent fee, Stensland?
No.
Oh, all right. Just checking.
Dawn,
I'm at events like every weekend, you guys. Just shut it.
Dawn will be doing baby bird shots, speaking of Nancy Mace.
Right.
Right. Yeah, imagine walking into like Nick's roast beef and you see Dawn doing a baby bird shot.
Holy crap!
not going to happen.
It's probably not.
Yeah.
All right, but
Ew.
the 7 o'clock hour is going to
Yes.
happen because it's 4 minutes away, and Dawn won't be doing shots, but she might be talking about people that got shot because it's the news, and it's Philadelphia, and that's what we do in this city. Hour 2 is on the way. Stay right there.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know the Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey is my happy place. We do our live broadcast there, and we all get to hang out together, and we'll be back December 20th. We have a great time drinking at the bar, great food at Hemingway's restaurants, and the awesome heated swimming pools. I don't call the Grand Hotel my happy place for nothing. Well, now, backed by popular demand, I'm thrilled to share that my promo code is back. That's right. Fans of the show can use promo code ZIOLI and save 25% off when booking a midweek stay from now until the end of the year, December 31st. You don't even have to be a fan of the show. Just use my name, Zioli. There's no minimum stay required. Just simply put Zioli in the promo code and save 25%. If you haven't been to the Grand Hotel yet, I highly recommend you book your stay today and enjoy this full-service resort. Remember to always book direct with them to get the best rates. Call 800-257-8550. It's 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com. You can't combine this with any other offer. Promo code ZIOLI.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
Alan Iverson, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. It's amazing.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Hey, it's Ike Reese coming to you from the most wonderful time of the year in Philly. Although, let's be honest, around the holidays, things really do add up. But this season of giving, Verizon's offering a single line for $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while ice skating for two is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. How about gifts for your third cousin? That's pretty steep. A single line with Verizon, not so steep. A real tree, pretty pricey. A single line with Verizon, less pricey. Even a trip to the Philly holiday market will cost you more. But with Verizon, you can switch and bring your phone for just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. All this to say, during the holiday season, when everything is costing more, you can get more for less right now at a local Verizon store.
$15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G, LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Mystic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Christmas. Baby, please come home.
Mustard.
7:01. It is Kayal and Company, hour number 2 underway on a Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenslin, Greg Stocker, Sean Farish, live from Tennessee. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45 this morning. Tony Bruno from another great red state, the state of Florida, as he will join us for his weekly appearance at 8:30. And we got a lot of good stories to get to, from drones to the Utes and finding the killing of a corporate CEO acceptable. Speaking of a lot of mental health stuff that we're going to get into today, and of course a lot of good gems coming up on the cut sheet. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Wednesday, Hump Day edition, December 18th. We're at 35 degrees, warming up to the almost mid-50s, so still quite mild. I'll tell you when the cool down begins. And Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So in the news, we've updated you on the arrest of now 2 individuals accused of murder on the Mainline, tracking that to an alleged illegal gun operation, and the tragedy of a mother who, in fact, is survived, the only survivor of that break-in on the Mainline that we now learn the burglars were intending to break into a home somewhere in Bucks County. They were after guns, and what they ended up with was being accused of murdering a 25-year-old and critically injuring his mom as she recovers in the hospital this morning. I want to talk about this 11-count indictment that has been unsealed, and this has to do with the indictment of the accused killer of United Healthcare CEO that happened in New York, the suspect Luigi Mangione, for the accused of murder and act of terrorism. Involved multiple factors, according to prosecutors. They say that this was frightening. It was a well-planned, targeted killing, as well as an outpouring of praise for the suspect, which is bizarre, and many people calling that one out. But this is in the fatal shooting of Brian Thompson, the CEO, happened on December 4th. So the 11-count indictment yesterday charging the 26-year-old Mangione with 1 count of murder in the first degree. And this is what we expected, because remember, a lot of people said when he was captured here in Pennsylvania, why is he only charged with second-degree murder?
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, they wait until the main venue, which is in this case Manhattan, New York City, where they're charging him now with murder in the first degree.
Yeah, I saw Alvin Bragg came out yesterday and actually gave a statement that I think most of this audience would finally agree with, and it was shocking to see Alvin Bragg, of all people, making a law and order stance on a heinous act. I thought he was, against all of that, but common sense finally resonating with Alvin Bragg.
So it looks like the extradition will happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
They were supposed to have, remember yesterday we were watching because we thought that the court appearance would happen yesterday. Then around mid-morning they pushed it back until tomorrow. But I believe he's waiving extradition.
He apparently he's got a new attorney who's apparently super well respected in the New York legal system. I saw quotes of she knows every single person of every single corridor of the courthouse, which is apparently a big 180 from Thomas Dickey, who's that clown that was representing him in Pennsylvania out in Altoona that we were having fun with on the cut sheet last week.
Yeah, so, and it looks like they'll go for, no doubt, an insanity plea or some kind of, issue like that.
I don't know what else they could do. I mean, he's basically dead to rights. I don't know what their defense is.
Yeah, they're
something technicality somewhere.
Yeah, right.
Those are the only 2 things I could see where they try to say that the search at the McDonald's was illegal, throw out all the evidence that they found. That's the only other piece of it.
Yeah.
But pleading
it's not illegal.
guilty.
I was the one who found them, right?
That's right.
It was the hash browns.
That news was broken right here on this radio program by the...
I poured him a McCafe, and, then he wet himself. You saw the picture.
It's true.
He said, sir.
It's a sin.
Sir! How do you know it's the guy? I said he's got the caterpillar for eyebrows. They're going to turn into butterflies if you don't come get him. He's going to fly away.
By the way...
He's going to have eyebrows bigger than Jasmine Crockett's eyelashes. I call her Nurse Ratchet. That's what I call her.
By the way, I love how she's boycotting the inauguration. Like anybody gives a damn.
No one's gonna miss you. Okay.
By the
no
way,
one's gonna miss you.
Mr. President, I like the new hairstyle you're sporting.
Yes, I am.
Slick
I
back.
did that to troll. It's called we do a little trolling. We're trolling Gavin Newsom, right?
Yeah.
My
I
hair
love
goes
it.
back like that naturally. We don't have to put the grease. We don't need to do grease. He's got greasy hair, and I got along very well with grease, by the way. Achilles, great friend. Fantastic. He got shot and died. What a wimp. I got shot and lived, right? We know it.
We got to use the word wimp again more often in our vernacular.
So I had the story originally in the first news, and I don't know if you want me to skip over it, that federal officials now say a missing piece of something morphed into a myth that went viral about drones searching for missing radioactive material. Can I do the story, or do you want me to do it? Okay.
Yeah, don't write it. We'll do it live, as Bill O'Reilly once said.
Do it live. A missing piece of fill in the blank medical equipment is the answer for all you Jeopardy fans. So the federal officials are saying that no, this was just a piece of medical equipment. This morphed into this myth going viral about drones searching for missing radioactive material in New Jersey. And
Thanks to Bethany Frankel. Because, that's who the Pentagon's leaking information to, a washed-up Yenta, right, from the Real Housewives of New York. Yeah. I have a source in the Pentagon. I'm sure you do. Bethany, tell me more.
Tell me more.
So apparently, okay, this is whether you want to believe this or not. This is a story where a shipping container in question here from the Naja Cancer Center in Newfield, New Jersey. They then and they even gave the model number. Model number HEGL0132. This device, apparently there was something wrong that was damaged and empty. And so then this triggers, I guess they have, their process, U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission's original notice. Where's the device? It's a cancer scanning piece of medical device. It was lost in transit for a few days. They did find it, and they said the device only contains trace amounts of the radioactive isotope germanium-68, which is used as a radiation source for one of the cancer center's CAT scan machines.
Okay.
So that's what they say.
What a time to be alive.
That's their story. They're sticking with it. Whether you want to, I don't know. At this point, I don't know that people are going to believe that story.
No.
That's the problem.
There's a report that circulated online that details this. The report was issued on December 3rd. The item, the HEGL0132, which is about the size of a pen, right? It's about 6 inches long. Okay. The report says word for word that it is less than a category 3 level of radioactive material, which means if you were close to it for a period of many weeks, it hasn't even been missing for weeks, you might get sick. You might get temporarily injured by this thing. This piece of equipment that is apparently used to calibrate PET scanners or CT scanners was being rumored to be a nuclear warhead or a dirty bomb. Okay? By the mayor of Belleville and Bethany Frankel and these people. Oh, there's radioactive things. They say the drone is sniffing for it.
Yeah.
Sniffing.
Yeah.
Like it's Joe Biden near a toddler. No, it's not. Okay?
It's on. Hello.
Yeah, you're not finding that with a drone hundreds of feet in the air. It's just, it blows. But it blows my mind because it does nobody any good to get worked up over something that you can, search on Grok or Google as Eric Adams calls it. There's nobody any good to get whipped up into this area.
Well, why would they search at night?
Yeah.
Why would they search for it at night?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Remember that clip we played?
Well, it's funny because China and Iran, who were rumored to be, and I thought they were Iranian drones until I started looking into it, they apparently observed Thanksgiving because there were no drone sightings on Thanksgiving. Imagine that. They took a day off.
Yeah, you got to take a day off.
I had no idea.
Yeah, maintenance
They
day.
had turkey with the gravy and the stuffing.
Can we play, just to make Sean's head explode, can we play the Belleville, New Jersey mayor, Michael
please. Let's do
Melham?
it. Let's do it.
Sorry. Sorry, Sean. It's my job on the show to trigger people.
Sean, stick that Kamala word salad fork that you have at your desk.
It's right here.
Put that in your mouth and chew on it while you hear this.
This is
Michael Melham.
This is a video from New York. Good Day, New York. I guess that's the Fox. Fox 5 show. All right, roll it, Phil.
Information has not been forthcoming, and it's this lack of transparency, in my opinion, that's doing nothing but fueling conspiracy theories online.
Do you have any idea what it could be? Or which side it could be, where it's coming from?
Yeah, I can tell you what it's not. We know for a fact it's not little green men, and more than likely it's not a foreign adversary, because they would be able to figure out how to turn off the blinking lights. These drones are huge. We had a mayor yesterday on the call with the White House telling them that he had 6-foot drones hovering over his house, yet they continue to tell us we don't know what we're talking about. It's misidentification. Certainly there's some misidentification probably going on, but I could assure you that we are seeing drones in New Jersey all over the place.
All right, so Bethany Frankel, I know she's not like, the New York Times, but she says that she has like some kind of contact at the Pentagon, and that it has something to do with radioactive material in New Jersey. What are you hearing?
So here's what I know. I know that we were told by our state police that we have assets over our critical infrastructure. Now, depending on your point of view, that's either concerning or comforting. I think it's comforting because it's probably us listening and watching. We also know that we have drones that are flying in a grid-like pattern. In my opinion, they're looking for something. What might they be looking for? Well, potentially, we're aware of a threat that came in through Port Newark. Maybe that's radioactive material. There was and there is an alert that's out right now that radioactive material in New Jersey has gone missing on December 2nd. It was a shipment. It arrived at its destination. The container was damaged and was empty. So
okay,
potentially
wait,
we're looking
stop
for
right
that.
there, Mayor, because that's
Mayor.
very important information.
Yeah.
Mayor.
And that came from a credible source.
That came from the U.S.
Impeach
government.
him.
And so it's missing?
Missing.
And they think it's in New Jersey, or it could be anywhere?
It was lost in New Jersey, in transit. And again, this is just an example of what I think that we're sniffing for. I think we do have the assets that can go up and fly around and sniff things, which is why we're not seeing the uptick we used to see in Belleville anymore. It's kind of moving, but we're seeing alerts that it's happening now in Pennsylvania.
It's moving.
And that's right about the time that the drone sightings began, right?
Yeah, drone sightings began about 4 weeks ago.
Okay, so when you take a look at this, if this information is indeed credible, why wouldn't the government say, it's us?
That's the crazy part about this. We've gotten very little information. Even yesterday on that call with the White House, literally mayors were told, you guys are seeing things. There's no credibility to this. We have one mayor, like I said, had drones over his house. I mean, we're no longer going to stand for not hearing the truth. I mean, our state government is failing us. They're not getting the answers from the federal government. And even though yesterday they told us that there's nothing to see here, today there's a top secret briefing going on in Congress. Well, what are they being told that we weren't told yesterday?
Real quick, did you know yesterday when you were on that call about this missing radioactive activity or merchandise, or did you know that this morning after the call?
I was made aware of it yesterday morning. I did raise my hand. We weren't allowed to speak. I did raise my hand, was not called on to get that question answered.
So apparently
I wonder why he wasn't called on. I wonder why he wasn't called on. He saw there's a report. Did you read the report? Is my question. Because the report tells you what it is. It's a pin the size of a writing utensil, Mr. Mayor. I can't take it. I can't. Bethany Frankel's got a source in the Pentagon. The Pentagon's is leaking to the housewives of New York. Okay, that's what we have. All right. You have the mayor of Bellevue. Well, it's moving. Who took it? Bigfoot? All right. You get another one who says, "Oh, there was a 6-foot drone over the house." Where's the picture? I come from a day and age where if you told me you caught a big fish, I want a picture, or you didn't catch the big fish. That's another one. And then number 3. All right, or maybe we're up to number 4 or 5 or 6 at this point. All right. If you're going to tell me that there are drones the size of school buses in the air,
yeah.
Okay, what is Miss Frizzle back? Is this the magic school?
I went to school on a school bus.
Only telling me right now. Kamala Harris, she thinks the wheels on the bus go round and round. Now they fly. All right? I mean, what are we? Everyone's got these pictures of the drones. They're all grainy.
Yeah.
Okay? What are we back in
we're
back in 2002 with the Nokia flip phones? I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing at this point in time? You had the governor of Maryland. This is the mayor of Belleville. They're one-upping each other. Larry Hogan decided he was going to take a picture of Orion's belt and say, "Oh, there were drones hovering over my house for 45 minutes." Governor, they were actually hovering over your house for 10 hours because that's a freaking constellation. Are you kidding me? I mean, I can't.
Orion's belt.
I'm not saying there's not something.
Yeah.
There is something. I get it. But when you have people, well, I saw a big account on X with 1 million followers, and they showed me this orb that was glowing. Oh, really? It's a light bulb, okay?
And where was it seen?
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is my favorite.
Yeah.
We are the media now. Really? Because you said that a flock of geese were drones. I mean, come on. We've got to be kidding. I mean, what is this flying through the sky? They're geese. You can hear them in the video honking. They're geese. I've never heard a drone that sounds like that before.
By the way, this is still the news.
Yeah, no, we're down this rabbit hole. I want to stay down this rabbit hole. This is Phil. This is Cut 13. This is Mike McCall. He said that he believes the drones are most likely from the People's Republic of China. Roll it.
China.
I know you were just talking about Afghanistan, but on the drone silence, I did ask you, do you have any idea what line of questioning you all are going with the public and lawmakers? Obviously, we all have a lot of questions about what those are.
Yeah, we want answers. The response that I'm getting is that we don't know whose drones these are. I was with the NASA administrator, Bill Nelson. He said that these drones have been reported over military sites, military bases. I would not think those are friendly. I would think those are adversarial. In fact, NASA seems to be picking up more than our military is with respect to the drones. So I think Congress is gonna pursue this. I know the House Intelligence Committee is having a hearing on this. We need to identify who is behind these drones. My judgment, based on my experience, is that those that are over our military sites are adversarial and most likely are coming from the People's Republic of China.
So it's China. It's China.
Fine. You can investigate what's in the skies. I am fine. If there's something hovering over a military base, though, that isn't our friend, they're probably going to shoot it down. All right. I mean, we saw reports, right? Videos of airplanes coming in on final approach at LaGuardia, and they're like, there are large drones hovering above the airport. That's an airplane. You've probably been on one before. It is, again, I'm not saying there's nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. There's something. Yeah. All right. There was something. There is something. Does it strike anybody as odd that we hear the reports of SUV-sized drones and there is not a single credibly sourced image of these drones? Oh, it just conveniently happens they're only out at night. Okay. Does it strike anybody as odd that after it became a national trend, everybody started seeing drones, right? Now, again, drones are not illegal. You can fly them whenever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them have to be registered. If you're a Part 107, that's commercial and you have to have it outfitted with lights and there are regulations and things. I have 2 of them. I've been flying drones for a very long time. I love my drones. I get the greatest pictures with my drones. I really do. I have some great stuff. I've shot with 2 of my drones. And now I hear Dan Crenshaw on Fox yesterday. Well, Congress is looking at a number of new bills to deal with this legally. Deal with what? You're not coming for my drone. Come and take it from my cold dead hands. You're not taking my drone away. Like this is what happens, right? When we get ourselves whipped up. Now you got people saying, ooh, I feel sick after seeing the drones. Well, it certainly couldn't be that we're in cold and flu season.
Yeah,
do
you guys want these quotes?
Let me do one more on the drone, and then Dawn should probably give her sponsor since I guess this is still news.
I still have one more story.
Okay.
Yeah. All you guys hijacking Stensland's moment.
Let me do this.
I got your back, Dawn.
Joe Biden addressed the drone situation too. So.
Oh, great.
Nothing nefarious apparently, but they're checking it all out. I think it's just one There's a lot of drones authorized up there. I think one started and they all got it. Everybody's wanting to get in the deal.
That guy wouldn't know if a drone was above his beach umbrella in Delaware while he's laying in a chair.
Yep.
Well, listen, Jack, I know a thing or two about sniffing. It's not
Not
what
a
they're
joke.
doing, okay?
Yeah.
Not going to be on my watch.
Sorry, Dawn.
Yes. Now back to Dawn Stenson. We now resume our regularly scheduled programming.
Yes,
Already
and
in progress.
I am giving some feedback,
Uh-oh.
some performance feedback right now.
Yeah.
Because there's a new website, okay?
Oh.
This is a newly unveiled government website for all of you designed to show progress in the Parker administration. Mayor Sherelle Parker announcing this big announcement, big news conference yesterday, says the new site tracks and makes accountable her campaign promises, reducing the number of homicides, for example, drug overdoses, but also increasing trash pickup rates and getting rid of demolishing those unsafe buildings.
So Sherelle's basically launching her own Doge, is what she's doing.
Yep. I like that.
How about gun violence? Is there anything about what she's done on that, and how can we grade her on that?
Violence, public safety. It's called Philly Stat 360.
How about bums urinating on SEPTA? Is there anything on that?
What would that go under?
Progress.
Cleanliness? Progress. Progress because they urinated, they didn't poo.
Yeah. The subway
Okay,
doesn't
that's
smell
progress.
like feces.
That was the line of the day.
But she conceived the website, she says, while running for office, wanted to create the website. It's interactive. Remember that, who was it? Mayor Nutter at the time, he created, his website, so maybe as well she got that idea. But it's interactive and just continues to show the city's progress. As a city resident, I like it.
Yeah.
You can put feedback there, positive or negative, and then it tracks all the feedback and tracks what they're doing. But it says on there, safer, cleaner, greener, economic opportunity, trying to do something positive and proactive.
You're a big Sherelle fan.
I am.
You're
Oh, boy.
you sure? Dawn, Sherelle,
I like
Shapiro. Dawn will be on CNN in about 9 months.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
But no, I do like it. Look, I will say this, and I've said it before, the last Prosecco drinking administration was a disaster.
Right. Well, you can only go up from Jim Kenney, right?
So
How much?
there's that.
Just curious, Dawn. How long should we give her to do something?
I'd give her 30 years. Why not?
Yeah.
No term limits.
So what you're saying? So not even a year, right? So inherited a hot mess. I mean, let's be honest. People didn't even come back to work until what was that? July.
I mean,
she had to fight in court to get the vast majority of people who we learned were not even at work for like 3 years.
Some could say I inherited a hot mess, and look what I've done with this radio station.
Wow.
Okay.
It's a beautiful
I bring it.
man.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
We put the hot in hot mess.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well,
If you want to get
maybe,
stuff done, if you want to get S done, you can do it. You know what I mean?
So are
Just saying.
you suggesting that you are the new brand manager of Philadelphia?
By the way, guys, another good month. I should be. I absolutely should
See,
be.
maybe she
Thank
needs
you.
a...
I think Greg is saying he's actually the mayor of Philly.
He's Greg's song to Mayor Parker
Yeah.
is, I'm your private brand manager.
Can you imagine Stalker
Dancing
as the
for
mayor of
money.
Philly rolling into Kensington? Clean this up.
Stop disgusting up our country if you don't want to be here.
Yeah.
Man.
And maybe,
I can't believe I said that.
maybe giving out bonuses like Joseph Anthony
Yes,
Retreat
thank
Spa
you.
and Salon, gift cards, maybe. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. You can visit in person or online always, josephanthony.com. Gift cards available, josephanthony.com. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet in about 25 minutes. The Jersey drones symptoms story on the other side, as well as Nancy Mace saying, don't rule out the possibility that it could be aliens in the drones. And get to YouTube, by the way, because there's a visual with that coming up, so we'll hit on that story. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Budget Blinds. It's the holiday season. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Schedule your holiday consultation and ask about their special radio offer. Kayal and Company, as we continue on Talk Radio 1210. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking today about the Honda Prologue. That is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You and your family can cruise the roads worry-free, and it has 3 charging options to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go, because let's face it, we're all on the go, taking our kids everywhere, grocery store, extracurricular activities. So you're going to need that charging kit on the go, and this comes standard. You can lease the Prologue today for as low as $299 per month. That's right. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details, or you could just shop right now, conveniently online, anytime at piazzahonda.com and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs, from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com to get your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility in minutes. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I've gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now with your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility for coverage in minutes at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Christmas time again. Decorations are on by the fire. Everybody's singing, all the bells are ringing out, and it's Christmas all over again.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:30 as we continue. Tony Bruno live from Florida coming up at 8:30. Just an hour from now. The cut sheet coming up in the next segment. Get to YouTube. We have a good video to play for you coming up in just a moment as we continue talking about all the absurd stories that are in our news cycle. It's amazing, too. You thought maybe things would slow down in December, post-election. You know, you dunk on the Democrats. Then there was the challenges of, Matt Gaetz and Pete Hegseth, and you would expect slow news days, the week, 10, 14 days before Christmas. But now we've got shootings in schools. We've got CEOs being killed. We've got things flying in the air. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. And now New Jersey residents are saying that they're suffering from alarming symptoms after encounters with drones. This is a Daily Mail exclusive, and this is perfect for our mental health conversation, as residents in New Jersey and the wider tri-state area claim they have become mysteriously ill after seeing drones in the sky. After witnessing or reading about the devices, residents revealed how they started, quote, coughing, suffering from a blocked or runny nose, or experiencing puffy and watery eyes.
Puffy?
Puffy, that's right.
Okay.
It's
a cold.
Yes. It could be COVID. It could be the flu. It could be RSV. It could be the norovirus. Good chance you probably walked into a daycare or a grocery store or school.
You know what? Not for nothing. You live in New Jersey. You may be having an adverse reaction to New Jersey. Okay? That might be what it is.
One lady says she felt, quote, so sick that she was coughing up a lung. A second in New York City, so this is in your old wheelhouse, Sean Farish, said that she developed a blocked sinus passage, a blocked nasal passage.
Must be the drones.
Well, the drones flew over her on Staten Island. And the Daily Mail actually had to call a doctor and speak to this Dr. Thomas Moore, who is an infectious disease expert, said, well, it is the start of the flu season. It is extremely unlikely that these sicknesses were linked to the drones. Geez, you had to go to med school to figure that one out?
Oh, my gosh. You can't be serious right now.
No, but it gets crazier. In New Jersey,
how could it get crazier?
Firefighters are now being asked to wear hazmat suits if they need to handle a drone that ends up crashing. Now, I haven't heard a story or a report of a drone crash yet, but in the event they do in New Jersey, and I'm not sure which municipality, what fire department this is, if you see any firefighters in hazmat suits, just assume drone down, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the new protocol. I mean,
sure,
we're living in cuckoo world right now.
This is cuckoo.
And why? Because the government doesn't want to be forthcoming and tell us exactly what's going on here. And that leads people to speculate.
If the government was forthcoming and said, yeah, we're testing the Pterodynamics XP4 transwing drone, that's a prototype for the Navy, people would say, no, that's not it. It's a psyop. They're hiding something. All right. And so this is what really highlights the underlying issue, is that nobody trusts a word that the government says. So when on the off occasion that they do tell the truth or somewhat a part of the truth, people are already conditioned not to believe them because they've lied so many times so egregiously in the past, right? And so that's the biggest problem that we're encountering here with the drones. So it's like people are like, well, if they had just come out and told the truth from the beginning, we wouldn't be this crazy. Well, I disagree. I feel like we wouldn't believe them no matter what they said, myself included, right? So we have to kind of do our own digging. And when you see a press release from June of 2023 that says there's going to be a testing corridor that is opened over Lakehurst and Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, up and down the Jersey coast, and then you read about the Pterodynamics XP4 transwing, which looks like an airplane sometimes and looks like a drone sometimes because the wings, they shift. It's a virtual takeoff and landing drone. It's about 6 to 8 feet in diameter, all the way across. So it could be the size of, an SUV or something. you could say, oh, maybe that's what it is, but that's the most logical explanation, and logic doesn't draw clicks and doesn't get you, creator revenue on X, and doesn't bring in followers, and doesn't, you can't pound your chest about, I got the inside scoop, and you can't do a TikTok video like Bethany Frankel or this other gentleman who says that he's the head of some drone company, and we're just all supposed to take his word for it because he said it on TikTok.
Right.
That's where we are basically, it's like when a country is in a power vacuum, the worst people come into power. Right now we're in a media and truth vacuum. And so the grifters and the clickbaiters and the liars are filling the void because they're sending out the most sensational stuff. Look at this flock of geese. It looks like geese. It sounds like geese, but it ain't geese. They're definitely drones. I mean, it hurts the level of insanity that we're putting. Oh, people now feel sick. Well, it's December. And people usually get colds this time of year.
And humans are disgusting people.
Yep.
We mocked the same people who said, oh my gosh, there's a virus going around, and now I have a scratchy throat. We're like, no, it's not COVID. It's just the flu.
Right.
Now we're like, no, it's not the flu. It's a drone?
It's the drone. Or it could be aliens. As Nancy May said, I got to play this for you. Phil, let's have this loaded. This was on Monday. House Representative, obviously, Nancy May, South Carolina. She's had a tough couple of weeks. Remember, she was physically assaulted by a member of the LGBTQ community from Cook County, Illinois, who was not happy about Nancy Mace's stance on transgender bathroom use and biological females having their safe space. We talked about that story. She was on with Clay Travis from Outkick on what he called his special X-Files edition. Here's the clip of Nancy Mace not ruling out the possibility that it could be aliens. Listen and watch this.
They can't explain it. And so my concern is if it's not craft from outer space, because I think that has to be on the table. That has to be an option. Is it our technology, or is it Russia or Iran or China? Is there someone who's winning the arms race, and are we behind? Because my question is about national security. And I hope that it's us. I hope that it's not our adversaries or something from outside the universe. Because I have real concerns that, like, if these drones are from Iran or China, like some of the rumors have been, I pray that they're ours, but we should also know why they're out there. Like, are they looking for radiation? Are they looking for a missing nuclear warhead? Like, we deserve to have some answers here because people are scared. And a lot of congressional offices are hearing people, they're writing in with their concerns when they're seeing these drones. And quite frankly, I mean, Congress needs answers, and the DOD, the Pentagon, needs to come and tell us the truth.
So, two things here. Number one, Phil, if you'd like to remove either myself or Greg from box 1 or 2 and just put Nancy up there in box 1 or 2, I'm totally fine with that. Just freeze it. I don't need to hear her talk, but you could just
Look
put
at that shirt.
Yeah,
Holy man.
You just
So
leave
you're
Nancy
saying
up there.
remove yourself to remove a big boob?
Right. Get rid of one big head for another one, right? We'll put Nancy in a box. Nancy can stay in the box for the rest of the calendar year. But we've talked a lot about this. So we've been discrediting this, discrediting that, speculating on X, speculating Y, Z, on down the list. Sean Farish, in your opinion right now, what do you think this is? If you had to, place a wager that mattered to you on what the actual truth is, what do you think it is?
All right. So if I was betting on what this is, I think we go back to the June 2nd, 2023 press release that was in local media that there are prototypes being tested by private companies, contractors, etc., developing new vertical takeoff and landing devices like the Transwing XP4 from Terradynamics and other devices we may not know about, drones. And they're testing them over Jersey. And that's what everybody started seeing as early as November 13th, but it's been going on for probably even longer than that. Folks just haven't seen it. All right. Apparently they've been doing these tests since June of 2023. Right. So that's what my guess is.
So corporate America, commercial drones.
Sure. And then, of course, and then when you talk about the increase in sightings, well, it became a trend, right? So, just like the Trump dance has been going on since 2020, but it became a trend in 2024. People all of a sudden, oh, this is new. It's not. It's 4 years old. He's been doing that dance for a long time. drones are not new. They're more affordable and accessible for people now. People have easier access buying them, but they're not new. And so, but now we hear about drones. Even for me, I love my drone. I charged mine up the other day thinking I was going to fly it, but then it started raining because I just kept hearing about it. So I think the increase in sightings are due to two things. Like, number one, more eyes are at the sky. They're not looking down at the phone. They're looking up at the drone, right? It's a nice rhyme. Now, number two is more people are flying them. And I know for a fact, I'm such a jerk, right, that if I found out that people were kind of getting caught up about drones, I'd fly mine for a little bit and say, hey, who could I rile up today, right? Who could it's called we do a little trolling, right?
So you
I'd
actually
tie a Trump flag to it.
So you actually then believe John Kirby, and the takeaway should be that Kirby is relatively being forthcoming and truthful when he says that it's a combination of commercial drones and it's a combination of hobbyists. And that was, I believe, his explanation to Brett Baer 2 nights ago out on the White House front lawn. So relatively speaking, you think he's somewhat accurate with that rationale?
Based off of all of the information that is actually out there, press releases, this pterodynamics thing that we know is being tested to be developed for the Navy. Yeah, I think what he's saying is relatively accurate. He is, the way he said, and we shouldn't be trusting John Kirby, right? But like, it's the blind squirrel theory. Like this might be the blind squirrel, right? I think you're dealing with 100%. You're dealing with at least an increase in hobbyists out there that are flying their drones, hoping that they can catch the mystery drone. Number one. Yeah. Number two, now you have all these people looking at the sky thinking everything that moves up there is something like that we have to report and call in, like there are reports coming into 911 and whatnot over airports that are like literally airplanes. And then there was a story out of Boston that 2 men were arrested for flying their hobby drone too close to Boston Logan International Airport, right? So there are people who don't know the rules who are flying their drones near airports. Right. Some drones, when you take off, don't tell you you're in a restricted area. My Parrot Bebop 2 doesn't tell me I'm in a restricted area, but my DJI Mavic Mini 2 will tell me that I'm in a restricted area. Some people literally don't know the rules. Right. You have commercials on TV, UPS commercials, that are showing 8-year-olds getting drones for Christmas. Some of these things may be a kid's toy that we're freaking out over.
For the most part, you are ruling out any shenanigans from the federal government. Dawn Stensland.
I don't think we're looking at radioactive material. I don't think we're looking at an adversary.
All right. Dawn, are you ruling out, are the feds off the radar for you? Or do you still have your sniffer up a little bit?
No, I think that Trump, yes, President Trump, you told us yesterday, you gave us some clues. I think Trump said, by what he's saying what he's not saying, he's saying a lot. So he said, the military knows, the president knows. He would not answer the question. Has he been briefed? Of course, he's the president-elect.
Then, if that's the case, if it is just commercial experimentation for companies, why don't they come out and just say that then?
No, I think it's what we said. Somebody said yesterday, and I apologize, I forget who, that these are practice runs. That's why they're doing it at night. They're practicing. They're out there like Allen Iverson. Practice.
Not talking about practice.
Talking about
talking about the game.
Exactly.
Playoffs.
Practice. No, I think they're out there practicing. People are freaking out about it. I think the smartest thing was one of the kids over the weekend at a holiday party said, well, if they were bad guys, they'd have their lights off. And I love that. Because it's just kids say the truest things, right?
See, I can't fully exonerate the government because I'm just naturally inquisitive from the standpoint of I don't trust the government. But this administration specifically over the last 4 years, they have lied to us so much. They have gaslit us so much. They would try to argue to you today that today is not Wednesday. They will lie to you and tell you today is Thursday, knowing damn well if you look down at your laptop, it is Wednesday, December 18th, and they'll try to tell you otherwise.
Here's the thing. The military, let's just say this. First of all, we are the greatest nation, the wealthiest nation. Everybody, we always, when it comes to the government, we're a lot like Eagles fans where, we're going to win the 11th game in a row. And it's like, well, such and such sucked. We're America. ELGS, Eagles! That was me in Italy. So I was like,
After 3 bottles of cab.
But seriously, I just think that they live for this stuff. If they were really like an Iranian mothership and they had drones coming in off the ocean, they would have a field day. They would have all of our stealthy stuff we don't know about, and they would have shot it down or captured it with their Spider-Man nets.
Right.
So
right.
I believe that because they live for that day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think we're in danger. I don't. And I don't think I think that they're not telling us because they're just doing some covert nighttime operations.
Okay.
Should they be a little more transparent because people are, freaking out? Yeah. But I'm not. After Trump spoke out, I'm not worried.
All right. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. It's on the other side of Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, but we got to talk about What a Crock. And for those of you, because I'm just getting some, I don't know if you want to, I'm getting some DMs that maybe you have, it's whatacrock.com. Whatacrock.com. I just went to the site because I'm ordering for my sister, sending her some Christmas foods because she's got the new grandbaby, and I've got to, it's exciting in the family. So we got little Everett, baby Everett. She needs some help. She's helping out her daughter, my niece. So that's whatacrock.com, why it's so convenient and so easy. And it's a really unique, it's a useful gift for anybody on your list. So whatacrock.com, they have delicious, easy to prepare meals. Whatacrock.com makes it simple. I just put one of their meals into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When I come home, dinner is waiting. Whatacrock meals make for an excellent gift, I'm telling you, for the holidays or anybody. Like I say, my niece just had the baby. My sister's helping out. It's an easy meal while prepping for the holidays and also for people recovering from surgery or maybe illness. College kids, maybe the college kids, they're in finals right now. You want to send them a little something. They're chef-curated gift boxes. They're specially designed to fit any occasion, from a get-well-soon gift to a holiday greeting gift. And want them to choose their own meals, this is a nice option. Just give the gift of a Whatacrock digital gift card so you can just email that to them. Unlike most meal kit companies, and this is the critical difference, the huge difference, there's no prep required. You're not going to sit there and get a box of raw materials and you're chopping up. No. That's not what this is. No chopping, slicing, searing at all. Clean up quick and easy. It's as simple as dropping their meal into your slow cooker. Dinner is handled. No subscription or commitment required. You can do a subscription if you want, but you don't have to. You order what you want when you want it. Here's the thing. Use promo code WPHT. Get $10 off your order. WPHT, $10 off. Whatacrock.com. Whatacrock.com. Do this. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. It's that time of year when just kidding, it's the holidays. So that means it's the season of Wawa. And we have you covered with gift cards for everyone on your shopping list. Find gift cards for the Wawa fans in your life or other popular gift cards like Xbox or Apple. Whether it's for your boss or your best friend, make anybody's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. Gotta have a Wawa.
See store for details.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Privacy online is everything to me. There's so many hackers and scammers out there. People want to know my personal information. I don't want any of that. That's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo.com. And here's what I'm going to do for you. We'll give you a 30-day free trial at DuckDuckGo.com/1210. All right? You're going to get 3 things in one. DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. Personal information removal is key. I don't want anybody knowing anything about me on the internet. Nothing. So DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro actively scans and rescans and scans again. It just keeps scanning to find personal information about you and then removes it. That's going to help you combat identity theft, combat spam. It's going to save you time, save you effort. It does the work for you. And it's only $9.99 a month. That's right. You get all 3 Privacy Pro features, one low price, less than $10 a month, and you get a 30-day free trial, but only if you go to duckduckgo.com/1210. Sign up today just like I did. You're going to be in good hands. duckduckgo.com/1210.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:53, it is Kayal and Company as we are rolling on here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Sean, Tony, Bruno will join the party coming up in, we'll call it about 36 minutes, live from Florida. Not really sure how that's going to work. Can we go 5 boxes? Can we do a 5th box is the question.
I don't know. We're going to have to ask Sean.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can take me out of the box if you want to.
Yeah.
I'm not a proud man.
All right, we'll get Stalker out of the box. Bruno will go in there. You can take me out of the box. We'll put Nancy Mace in there. It'll be Bruno, Mace, Farish, and Stensland. You'll still
take
hear
me
me
out of the box.
Yeah.
Get this out of the way.
All right.
We're thinking outside the box.
We are. Well, that's what we do. Very naturally curious show. We're not like some hack morning show that just, plays 48 minutes of music an hour, or some homogenized sports show that sticks to a show sheet and only does one topic.
Yep.
All right, we're back.
If you know, you know.
You know.
But it's time for a Wednesday edition
of
What's on the Cut
Let's do
Sheet.
this, right?
Yeah.
It's the last one I'm doing this year.
Oh, wow.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Wednesday, and the last Greg Stalker Cut Sheet of 2024 is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Phil, I believe Tony Bruno is trying to connect on the same thing that Sean is on, so can you please mute that?
Yeah.
What's on the Cut Sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Yep, there he is.
There he is.
Can we
put Bruno back in the bathroom?
Yes.
And leave him there for 35 minutes.
Call them and tell them to not connect until 8:30.
Yeah.
See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I just know his mouth, and he's gonna scream the F word in about 10 seconds.
God damn it, Robin!
This is from. So I want to get on some.
He's still connected.
Sean. Phil, can we?
It's a drone.
Can we not? Can we call them and tell them that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is from the Denver 7 News report. 15 Venezuelan illegal aliens detained in Aurora, Colorado after a robbery, kidnapping, and stabbing attack in an apartment complex. Do you guys remember a couple months ago when there was quote unquote rumors going around that there were all these what are they called? Tren
de Aragua.
Tren de Aragua.
That this was all a conspiracy,
right? And then I believe Sean said that they're going to be Tren de Adios. Is that correct?
Tren de Adios. Yes.
And it was all these conspiracy theories online, and this was not actually happening in the city of Aurora in Colorado. Well, here's Denver 7 News report saying that they just detained 15 illegal aliens.
Okay.
Roll it, Phil.
Police are still executing search warrants here at the Edge at Lowry Apartments after they say a man and a woman were kidnapped and beaten by between 13 to 15 people in what police described as torture. Now, all of this started at around 8:45 p.m. last night. They say the man and the woman were in their apartment. They were taken, bound, and then beaten with a pistol. The man was even stabbed. The suspects then burglarized the victim's home. Now, the victims were released and police were called at around 2:30 a.m. The victims are now at the hospital receiving treatment for what are said to be non-life-threatening injuries. Now, police arrived at the apartments and found 15 people in one apartment alone. Most of the people in that room match the description of the suspects, and 15 people have since been detained. Police say this is 100% gang-related, but they're not sure if it's TDA.
This is without question a gang incident. I don't know which gang they are affiliated with yet. It might be TDA. It could not be TDA. We will determine that and we will find that out. But right now, as I said before, it is incredibly hard to identify specifically as TDA because there is no specific markers, there is no specific identifiers. Unless they self-identify as TDA, I am not going to say that they are TDA.
So there you have it. I know a lot of people yesterday and in the last 24 hours were saying Trump was right again. It looks like he was right. My only question is this the specific complex where the allegations months ago were being speculated as, fact on social media, which if that's the case, then boom, they nailed everything.
One of them came out, and Sean, you can, or Dawn can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe somebody came on one of the Sunday morning shows and the host corrected that person and said it's only a handful of apartments or something along those lines.
Raditz,
it was Vance.
Raditz, yes, thank you.
It was Martha Raditz.
It was J.D. Vance, and then it was Martha Raditz, who I refer to as a talking catcher's mitt. Because if you look at her, right, if you look, that's what she looks like, all right? And her mouth is big enough to catch a knuckleball, I can tell you that. This woman, right, and she, it's only a handful. And Vance, literally, he stopped. He never gets tripped up. He stopped. He goes, "Do you hear yourself?" It's only a handful.
Yep.
Do you hear yourself, Martha?
Yep.
And but I would like to encourage everybody who's talking about that. Just remember these illegal aliens who are beating people with pistols and torturing people at apartment complexes. They're just here for better life, and they're asylum seekers, and some of them are dreamers. Okay?
Yeah, and I love too. By the way, maybe they have 80 different units, and they sit there and say, "Well, it was only like 5 or 6 of them." It's 5 or 6 too many.
Yeah,
you're trying to rationalize and justify it. Come on,
0 is the only appropriate number.
That's correct.
James O'Keefe did one of those hidden videos on one of the National Security Council advisors in the Biden administration, who blew the lid off of the story that. So apparently, John Kirby was this guy's boss, and apparently they were on John Kirby was on some overseas trip with Biden. Biden calls the National Security Office and asks for John Kirby, and this guy said, "He's with you on the trip."
Oh man.
And apparently it was this running joke in the administration that like this guy is just out to lunch when everybody was telling us that he's fine and all his mental
cheap fake.
It's a cheap fake. All of that. Let's just roll a little bit of this O'Keefe undercover video, please.
Well, here's some tea. Joe Biden is like dead. He like can't say a sentence. He's like really like progressed in his whole thing. Everybody recognized. I can't believe it wasn't a bigger scandal. He'll be dead in a year.
Oh my God.
Henry Appel, an advisor for the National Security Council. Henry Appel shared that President Biden had called the NSC White House phone while on a foreign trip looking for NSC.
Can I just say something?
Advisor Jake Sullivan.
I'm just going to stop it here. I'm
president,
stopping it
but
there
in
for a
fact-
second, Phil. Yes, I can control it on the side, so when I stop it, you can just pick it up when I'm done. James O'Keefe can stop with the music in the background. I mean, it's a little dramatic.
Well, I tell you what,
know
he's been timing out a lot of people lately.
This
though.
is a great expose. I'm not discounting the expose. I'm just saying the theatrics of it are just, we don't need the.
And it's always the same setting. He gets these people to show up at these ritzy restaurants over a glass of wine.
Yep.
And then they start to babble.
Yeah, I have no idea about this man's sexual preference, but I believe he's there with another male, so maybe they were on a date. I don't know.
And that's also been a theme and a trend with O'Keefe.
That's been a theme.
Yeah.
That's what happens at DEI. I'm just saying.
I'm just speculating that. I don't know that for a fact, but that's what it appears to me.
Yep.
Mr. Sullivan was not at the White House, but on the same foreign trip as President Biden.
My boss was on an international trip with him, like in Europe or something. The phone rang in the office, and I was like, "Oh, Mr. President, Henry." He was like, "He's safe there." He's like, "No, he's traveling with you. He's on the same trip that you are."
He's next to you.
Where's Jackie?
In another encounter with President Biden, Henry Appel from the National Security Council revealed a phone call exchange. On the call, Biden was asking for NSC advisor Jake Sullivan. Henry told Biden that Sullivan had left the office for the day. Biden stated he would call Sullivan's personal phone. Instead, Biden called the same office 10 seconds later, asking for Sullivan again.
Oh my God. Weeks ago, I was like the last one in the office, and he called from my boss. And so I picked the phone and said, "Hello, Mr. President, it's Henry on Jake's phone. He's left for the day, but I can try to get him on the line for you." And he asked me some questions, and I was like, "I don't know, let me get the track him down. I'll call his Secret Service detail." And it's like, I'll try his unclassified phone. Then 10 seconds later, same phone. I picked it up again. I was like, "Hi again, it's Henry." He was like, "Is Jake there?" And I was like, "No, you called the same office."
Henry Appel stated that President Biden did not understand basic words in meetings at the White House.
Another time my boss went in to brief him, I heard the talking points. I said, "Oh, this is like a novel phenomenon or something. It's new, it hasn't been done before." My boss said it. I was just like novel? What do you mean, a book? What do you mean novel? The true meanings of the word novel, he lost them.
Oh my God. Can you imagine Biden picking up the phone again to call Jake?
Is on? Hello.
Two things here. Number one, it's clear that, somewhere I think in year one is where the major fall off for Joe happened mentally, right? He was still relative is a loose word here, relatively with it when, the election was going on in 2020. Certainly in 2019, he was well more with it. And then by 2021, I think in that first year of isolation with the pandemic is when it all just started to accelerate at warp speed for him. I really have no idea how he made it to 2024. I don't know how he made it to June 27th. That was the night where his political career ended. I'm surprised he got that
Nick,
far.
He only had, jet lag and a cold, according to the mop,
right.
Corinne Jean-Pierre.
I forgot about that. Maybe it was the drones. Maybe he had symptoms from the drones.
He had drone leg. That's a new one, right?
Drone
that's
Joe.
Gonna be the new. Yeah. That's going to be the new symptom in New Jersey. You're suffering from drone leg or long COVID drone. I don't know. It's just I think we all kind of knew something was wrong with him when on a campaign stop he talked about, I got hairy legs. I could just imagine people like this guy that O'Keefe caught.
Yeah.
When he broke into that story and they were like, oh, no, not this story.
Yeah.
Because, he's told that to, have I ever told you a story about I get the hairy legs? They rub my leg in the pool. And they're like, no, don't do it. No, Joe, don't do it.
Joey. By the way, what do you think this administration? He was a bad dude. What do you think this administration says when they find out that one of their, low-level functionaries has been O'Keefed? Right? Like, is that a fireable offense? Like, does this guy get whacked today? Is he out of work?
You can't fire him, especially if his orientation is in question.
Well, that's
right?
true.
You can't fire him.
That's right.
Not allowed. It's discrimination.
He's going to get lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, look, you can say, what you will, this administration's on its way out, but the fact that, these things are leaking out now, and everybody was called, a conspiracy theorist to say that Joe Biden might not have all of his faculties.
Joe Scarborough was lecturing us in April.
He's the best he's ever been.
This is the sharpest version.
Yeah.
With age comes wisdom.
Yep.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Something.
This is cut 15, Phil. This is so apparently Pennsylvania is rolling out a race-based grant for business. I think we talked about this before, haven't we, Dawn?
Wasn't California doing it as well?
Yeah.
It seems like a West Coast crazy theory.
So what's not shocking, but whites are not allowed to.
So it's an illegal incentive.
Yeah, it's not available for white people.
No whiteys.
What if you identify as
It's called
black?
discrimination, I think.
Yes.
That's the definition of that.
Right. Can I just for the sake of filling out the forms, can I identify as something other than white?
Apparently you can identify
Kamala
as,
did. She identified as Jamaican or black or whatever. She even used the accent. You just got to say, have you no empathy, Mom?
How dare they?
Don't we have having
I do.
Yeah,
Have you no empathy, man? Where the hell did I put that? There it is.
Have you no empathy, man?
She almost won.
So I know she got more votes than Barack Obama.
I know.
So they say.
That is such
So
a
they
crazy
say.
that is the craziest stat of all time. Yeah. Like we're gonna look back one day and say, hey, you want to hear a crazy stat from the 2024 election? Yeah, what is it? Did Trump sweep the battlegrounds? Did he win the popular vote? No. The Looney Tune from California actually did better than Obama. What? Yeah.
Yeah, Lionel Joseph Lionel Joseph got more from Trading Places. Lionel, she got more votes than Barack Obama. Yeah, sure.
Reference.
Yeah, sure.
Great reference.
Obama says, stop the steal.
Yeah.
Man. All right, this is the news report on Pennsylvania rolling out race-based grants for businesses.
I'm really excited for not just our membership, but the region and the Commonwealth as a whole. I think that these resources and the new programming and the grant funding is going to really help organizations such as the nonprofits that are doing the work in the trenches, helping these small businesses really thrive. But I'm really excited also the fact that there's going to be some dedicated resources to helping would-be entrepreneurs figure it out. It's a tough lift to figure out what you want to get into and how you can help your community thrive. And so I think that these resources going into these organizations are going to work with these individuals to help them figure it out. It's going to create a ripple effect. That ripple effect is going to help them get started, lift them up, but also it's going to create jobs, much needed jobs in these communities. It's going to help these communities thrive with the disposable income that these jobs are going to create, making sure that everyone in every...
So, all right. I don't know if it was supposed to stop there or not, but my first takeaway from that, this is ridiculous. So I, as a taxpayer, have to fund somebody's business using his words because it's tough to figure out what you want to do in life. That's the point of school, right? Aren't you supposed to figure out in your high school days and then going to college what you want to do for the rest of your life professionally? So we're going to fund startup businesses for one demographic because it's hard to figure out what you want to be in life? No, I knew at like 12 what I wanted to be. This is outrageous. By the way, this is such a 2018, 2019 idea. This is Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
I think we just guaranteed that Pennsylvania will be voting Republican for a long time. Another terrible idea.
Yeah. What is happening up in Canada? Are they going to be the next United States of America with the ouster of Justin Trudeau?
It's Justine.
I call him, by the way, we call him Queen Justine, by the way. Princess Justine, right?
Pierre
That's what he pays.
Pierre Poilievre, who's running the opposition to the Resistance Party. Is that what it is? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with.
It's a populist platform, I believe, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. He calls for the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to resign. Just roll a little bit of this, Phil. Cut 2.
Mr. Trudeau is being held in office by one man.
Hey.
Jagmeet Singh.
Yes.
A fifth of Liberal MPs have written a letter for him to resign. His deputy prime minister has walked out on him. His housing minister has quit. That on top of numerous other female ministers who stormed out after his appalling mistreatment and abuse and dishonesty towards them. 80% of Canadians have lost confidence in this prime minister. So why is Jagmeet Singh making the entire country wait for him to get his pension? That is the question today.
Sean Farish, I'll tee you up because I know you love to talk about the 51st governor of the United States of America, and I'll tee you up with this. This is, I think, the message Trump would give to Justin Trudeau right now.
Go home to your mom. Yes, go home to mommy. Right? Oh man. So I did a little. I don't know how Canadian. Well, I didn't know how Canadian politics work. It's weird. There's like multiple parties, kind of like Europe.
Yep.
You know. So Pierre Poilievre, whatever his name is, it's a
Poilievre. Pierre
Poilievre. Perrier, whatever you want to call him, right? He is the leader of the opposition party, and then there's Jagmeet Singh, who's the New Democratic Party, NDP, and if Jagmeet Singh would call a vote in Parliament or something, a no confidence vote, they can call a snap election, and that would be the end, right? But so Trudeau's term or the election ends. The election is going to be held in October of 2025. He's toast. And the way their elections work in Canada is, so the party that wins the most seats in Parliament, so like their House of Representatives, is the party whose like top nominee becomes prime minister.
Yep.
And so like Trudeau barely won the last go around, and the woman who just left, the finance minister, was one of the main drivers in the freezing of bank accounts of the Ottawa truckers.
Wow.
So like everything is falling apart up there in Canada.
Yeah, remember that trucker story?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I stayed up all night watching Rebel News and Ezra and all those guys that were out there. Lincoln, what was his name? Lincoln J, who was out there in the cold. He was like burning through batteries, and one of his phones almost caught on fire covering the protest. Like, it was crazy. But she just, Miss Freeland or whatever her name is, she just resigned. So he's toast. I don't know the inner workings of this whole thing with Jagmeet Singh. Is there a deal so Trudeau gets a pension or whatnot? I'm not sure, but Trudeau is toast no matter what. It sounds like Canada is going to go, more towards that populist, direction. But Trump on Truth Social about 5 hours ago said no one can answer why we subsidize Canada to the tune of $100 million a year, and he's calling for them to be. He's calling for them to be the 51st state of the United States.
Yeah, I see that. He says they would save massively on taxes and military protection. I think it's a great idea.
A great idea. Yeah, and he called Justin Trudeau. He keeps calling him Governor Justin Trudeau. And when you see like these liberal Canadians, they're like, he shouldn't be joking like this. I'm like, that's why he's doing it, because of what you're doing.
Yeah.
We call it. I do a little trolling, right? We call it trolling.
It's
amazing.
What I'm seeing there is a lot like, we saw here in 2016 with the rise of Trump. And this went viral yesterday. This is a steelworker in Canada who confronted Justin Trudeau. So this is he went there to hand out donuts to the working people, and this guy was absolutely having none of it. He tried to argue how they brought prices down and all this stuff. You can imagine Biden or one of them doing something like this, and one of the steel workers, one of the blue collar working classes, basically F off.
Yeah.
Roll it.
Right.
Yes.
Over here if you want to thank you for your hard work.
I can bring some for my kids here.
Okay. The
Hey.
25% tariffs we just brought in on Chinese steels going to help you out.
That's going to keep my job, yeah. What about the 40% taxes I'm paying, and I don't have a doctor?
The $400 million that you invest in the electric car means you're going to have a job for
I think
many,
you're only
many
here
years
for another
to come.
year. We won't see you around probably another year.
Oh. That's what elections are for.
That's right.
And I look forward to everyone exercising the right to vote.
Yep.
And the basic choice, we're going to invest in you and your job.
I don't believe you for a second.
Wow. Dental care? Do you know anyone who got dental care?
Yeah, I pay for it myself.
Okay.
We're like 3 years
Because you
behind.
have a job and coverage.
Yeah,
but we
four
got
people in my
seniors.
family.
We've got
Every time we
seniors.
go for a dental visit, it's costing me about $50 in my pocket per person.
Okay.
Why? I have a good job. You're not really doing anything for us, Justin.
Actually, we just invested so 500,000 people haven't been to the dentist. Got to go to the dentist over the past few
Probably
months.
like my neighbor that doesn't go to work because she's lazy.
You know what?
Doesn't go to work. She lives the same
Most
life I do.
Canadians try to stick up for each other, and that's what we're going to keep doing.
Yeah.
Good luck and take care of your family. sir.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Oh, man.
It's amazing. I love viral moments
So
like
do
that.
I.
I don't care if it's Canada or wherever.
Yeah.
I love viral moments like
How the
that.
hell did that little twit get elected? He makes Gavin Newsom seem masculine. My God.
It's true.
Wow.
Yep.
Justin Trudeau.
He is the number one consumer of soy in the entire world. Justin Trudeau.
Meanwhile, in San Francisco, they just appointed.
Is this the story about Jabba the Hutt?
Yeah, they just appointed a weight stigma czar.
Oh, this ties in perfectly to the big take with health.
So,
So we've got the head of the Fatso Association.
I'm not exactly sure. What the weight stigma czar does, but this is Virgie Tovar.
Probably as effective as Kamala being the border czar.
Virgie Tovar. If you, this is, I mean, okay.
Yeah.
This is a visual.
And Phil, don't get any ideas. She's not box 4 eligible.
Hey, YouTube.
Nancy Mace, box 4.
I see the. So
She
I
can't
have
fit in a box. She
POTUS
can't.
Fatso
You need one
out of
those-
the box.
You need one of those big boxes
Right.
from UPS that cost you $300
right.
to ship.
Donna's shaking her head. She wants no part
The
of
big
this.
U-Haul boxes. The box truck.
So just so people know, I have a.
She has to wait.
yeah.
When she walks, she's got to carry that orange flag behind her and it says "oversized load."
No,
right?
that's right.
She truly missed out on JFK's great speech.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Yes.
Just so people know, I have a preview screen that Phil, when Phil loads up the clip, so I can see the video.
Better you than me for this one.
The still shot that Phil has up right now is just amazing. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this. This is Virgie Tovar, the new weight stigma czar in San Francisco. Roll it, Philip.
Hi, my name is Virgie Tovar. and
Pause
I'm
it.
the author
Pause
of
it.
You Have the Right.
Pause it.
Solo. She said, "I like Captain Solo" right there on my wall. That's what she
You
said.
know immediately.
Oh my God.
You know immediately based on the
we're going to
eyeglasses.
hell. We're going to hell.
Forget the physical features. Just look at the eyewear. That tells
Those
you the
are
whole
Pink
story.
Mark Cuban glasses.
That is right.
That's
I don't know when glasses became an indicator for mental health breakdowns, but glasses are the giveaway. You don't even need to get to the nose ring.
Shafe on the YouTube chat wants to know if she's single.
The white glasses.
All right, Dawn.
I'm going to say probably.
Never know.
Dawn will have to sit this one out, but Greg, I'll start with you. Would or
No,
would not?
come on, stop.
All right, just
Stop.
continue.
This is
Roll
the
it.
holiday
Roll it.
season.
Stop.
Tis the season.
Family
That's right.
Yes, family
Right.
hours. Yes.
Right.
Roll
There we
it.
go.
Roll it, Phil.
As well as a few other books on fat positivity and body acceptance. When I think about what people might be surprised by or what you wouldn't think of when you think of eating disorders, I immediately think of being a kid. I was a kid in a larger body, a teen in a larger body, and also I'm an adult in a larger body. And the message I always got from my doctor was shrink your body by any means necessary.
Exercise.
And it really felt like there was a sense of a don't ask, don't tell. So because I truly, truly, truly believed, right, and this is where I think the surprise comes in. I really believed that this was about my health. I really believed that my doctor was right. Because why would I believe anything
else? Yeah.
So Peg, a fat woman, came into
No,
the shoe
stop,
store today and said, I need something I'd be comfortable in. I said, try Wyoming. No, like this is here's the problem with this.
Oh my God.
It's with this Married with Children line, by the way. Al Bundy. Fat jokes. No, it's like I don't understand the body positivity, and I'm not saying you should shame people for being fat.
Agreed, like we're doing.
But
yes,
but we're just this is just the radio.
No,
so for anybody that's offended, it's a radio show.
Yeah, it's a radio show. Look, everybody. I know I'm going to hell. It's fine. I'm fine with it. I'm absolutely fine with it.
I don't like to accept the fact that I could afford to lose 10 or 15 pounds in the belly area from eating a pizza once a week and drinking alcohol. But like this notion that you should not accept it, but embrace it, advertise it, flaunt it. That's the problem. And look, you should feel good about yourself. You should be in a good mental headspace. But you're fast tracking yourself to diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and it's not shaming people and making them feel bad. To me, it's more about educating them to realize, hey, would you like to live until you're 78 or 82, or would you rather be dead at 61? Do you want to lose a limb? Do you want to be on insulin? And I do feel bad. And Sean, I think you mentioned this earlier. There are some people that could eat celery and gain weight.
100%.
Those people I feel bad for.
I've known people like that.
Yeah.
And I do feel bad because, I've seen folks who have suffered from conditions like that go all out, exercise, do all this, get on the scale after a couple of weeks and nothing changed. And you see the disappointment.
It's discouraging. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I get it.
But here's the thing though, but you're trying. So now you go get the drug or the surgery, right? It's someone, and I don't know this woman. I don't know what her background is. I don't know if she has a metabolic disorder. But what I heard in that short clip was, well, I'm okay with it because it feels good and this is my body. And I thought my doctor was right. Like, that's not if she's in control of that, right? There's not actually now, I'm not talking about an eating disorder, okay? That doesn't mean you like to eat. That just, you need willpower, right?
Folks called discipline,
eat too much,
self-control.
If you're eating too much, it is your hand. I say the same thing about folks who do drugs. If you drink too much, alcoholism is real, addiction is real.
Yep.
But it's at the end of the day, it is your decision to drink. It is your decision to eat. It is your decision to do drugs, right? You are in control. You have to remember that. So if this is her conscious decision that led to that condition, right, the condition that her body is in, then that's on her. We have to go back to, a personal accountability. If she suffers from a metabolic disorder and this is out of her control, then she should seek help so she can correct that, course correct. But the thing is, if the whole thing is just that, well, I like to eat, so I look like this, that isn't healthy.
Right.
I'm sorry. And it's going to hurt her in the long run.
Right. Enough serious analysis. Let's put her back up in box four. Let's analyze some stuff here.
No, the problem is that we are highlighting and celebrating the wrong things in this country.
That's right.
And I'm not like, we can, this is an entertainment show. We can have fun with people. But in a more serious note, like, the weight that she's at is not healthy.
No,
it's not healthy for her.
No.
So like I don't know her. I'm sure I don't agree with her on a lot of stuff, but like I want her to live a long time. So so
do I.
Yeah. So like have like do something for your. We need to start instead of promoting weight stigma and how fat people feel. Let's start promoting like how these people can get healthy so they can live a long time.
And forget about the feelings and forget about this individual. And let's examine the fact that this is a taxpayer-funded program.
Agreed.
The city of San Francisco is taking your tax dollars. What's the official title called?
Weight stigma czar.
Weight stigma czar.
Yeah. This is precisely why Doge was created. Send in the Doge.
And it's not just, by the way, it's not just fat, overweight people, but like you also have folks who don't eat.
Yep.
That's an eating disorder, bulimia, 100%. Anorexia.
100%.
That's a disorder too. And that's, again, that is totally up to the individual. If you are not eating now, maybe you're in a really bad situation.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe you don't have a job. Maybe you don't have a home. There's no support system. I get it. But there are some folks who And this is the argument that I take, when we talk about like the whole trans epidemic, right? Well, you're a male who thinks you're a woman. Well, I wouldn't look at a friend of mine who's rail thin and go, yeah, you're fat. You should stop eating. I wouldn't, or a schizophrenic. You hear those voices, pal? Those are real. Those are real people talking to you in your head. Like, we got to get back to it. We got to get back to sanity and common sense.
Agreed.
All right. If this woman has an actual condition where she could eat celery and put on weight, it's a problem that she literally can't control.
Yep.
But if this is all because of personal lifestyle choices, then she's got to have that moment of reckoning of, I'm eating this.
Yep.
I'm the one who's not exercising. I put myself in this position. Take accountability and then start taking the steps. And if someone like that has to go on an Ozempic for a few months or a few weeks or whatnot to help get the ball rolling, that's what that drug should be used for. It should not be used. It should not be used as a fix-all, just like abortion should not be used as a birth control.
Right.
Right. It's the same thing. And we want that quick fix, that pill, and I'm done.
And I've never had to take Ozempic, and I wouldn't take it anyway. But I would imagine if you use it for a short period of time, 6 months or whatever, you lose 25, 30 pounds. I would just say, and again, I'm not a doctor, I have no medical advice, but I would assume you get off of it. And then it's okay. You talk to your doctor. Hey, doc, can I stay at this weight if I get off of it and really adhere to a strict diet and I exercise 5 days a week? And if the doctor says yes, well, then, okay, you got the result you're looking for. Now, naturally maintain it as you move forward.
Right.
And that's not to say that you can't
to move.
You can indulge. You can have a nice treat, right?
She may not be able to move, or run right now or walk a couple miles because her weight isn't conducive. It does not allow her to partake. So you drop the weight. Yeah. Now you're at a weight where it's not going to, take a toll on your knees or your back or whatnot if you get up and walk a couple miles a day. And you monitor what you're eating. This isn't a complicated thing. It's just that we have demonized and we have villainized personal accountability. Well, no, it's not you, someone else. No, it is you. A lot of this comes down to us.
Yeah. And the other, the other thing I've noticed too, I see a lot of people do this, even when they do exercise at the gym and they're doing like the bike or spin or whatever, and they're sitting there scrolling social media while they sit there and pedal. And it's like a half-assed attempt at exercising for 20 minutes while they're watching a show on their phone. Like, I'm all for listening to music to get you motivated at the gym. But the fact that you're on social media while you're on a treadmill, no wonder why you're on that damn bike for 60 minutes. If you just put the phone down, you'd be done in 30.
Yep.
True.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. 100%.
We should take a break, make way for Tony Bruno.
Yeah. Now unmute yourself, Bruno. Now you can come in and have some fun. All right, on the other side, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, live from Florida. It's our weekly Wednesday appearance with the great Tony Bruno. So we've got Sean Farish in Tennessee.
Things are going to get fun.
We've got Bruno in Florida. Do we have any contributors from Texas? Can we get a contributor from Texas?
Minnie from the YouTube chat is from Texas. So
all right.
We have Texas representing.
Howdy, Minnie. Let me tell you about DuckDuckGo, darling. 30-day free trial. It's new, but it's almost ready to go away. We've been telling you about it for many, many days now. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Yes, this is the Privacy Pro subscription-based service we've been telling you about for probably over 2 months now, right? You're getting the VPN. You're getting identity theft restoration. And, of course, you're getting the personal information removal, all for a free 30-day trial offer. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. And my personal experience, or as the kiddies would say today, my truth was there was 52 different files out there with all of my personal information. Social security number, credit card, address, date of birth. I don't want that out there on the internet or on social media. And after literally, I think roughly 7 to 10 days, 46 of the 52 files are gone. I'm actually going to pull up my app during the next break and see if the remaining 5 or 6 pieces of information that I don't want out there are gone. And my guess is they are. DuckDuckGo.com/1210 for your 30-day free trial. We're all using it here at 1210 WPHT. I would encourage you to do the same.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision, professionalism, and such care. From the custom cabinets to the countertops, the backsplashes to those all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust is the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades now. Kitchen Magic. And they're local employer, everything I've talked about, whether it's the custom cabinets, they do that all in-house, and they take such pride in their work at Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Get this on the calendar. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This segment sponsored by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready holiday sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winterford.com. Winter, W-I-N-N-E-R, Ford.com. Thank you, Winter Ford. Check them out. Tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
An actual California Psychics customer.
What brought me to California Psychics for the first time? Word of mouth. I've dealt with psychics for many, many, many years, and normally have maybe one or two gifted out of a whole room of people.
When you have important questions, California Psychics has answers. Over 400 gifted psychics available 24/7, helping people just like you. And California Psychics makes this promise. Your psychic reading will be the best you've ever had. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Your line is better. Your accuracy is 100% higher than the rest of them.
Secure and confidential, California Psychics has given over 8 million readings. Need someone to listen? Just call 800-PREDICT. 800-PREDICT.
And when you put these kind of people together with this kind of accuracy, it's phenomenal to see and hear.
Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com or download our app. Plus, new customers get 80% off. Call 800-PREDICT. 800-PREDICT. California Psychics, the psychic service more people trust.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
At the Acura Season of Performance event, every car is ready to match the energy of winter. Own the mountain roads with available super handling all-wheel drive in the TLX, RDX, and MDX. And power through the storm with the all-electric ZDX's flexible charging packages. Own the energy of the season at the Acura Season of Performance event going on now. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ooh, Merry Christmas, Christmas comes this time each year. Well, way up north where the air gets cold, there's a tale about Christmas that you've all been told. And a real famous cat all dressed up in red, and he spends the whole year working out in his sled. It's the Little Saint Nick.
Welcome back in. It's Little Saint Nick. It's Kayal and Company live on a Wednesday morning. Yeah, the air gets cold up here in the north, but it typically stays nice and warm down south. From Nashville, Tennessee with Sean Farish to the warm tropical paradise of Florida. Hello, Tony Bruno.
You have to unmute. You have to unmute
He's
yourself.
still muted. You yelled at him so much that he's muted.
Look at him. Damn it, Robin.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We got you.
Listen, I'm not one for throwing Robin under the bus.
Yeah.
But I'm throwing her under the bus.
Yeah.
I've been up since 5:15. I'm sitting in here listening to the show at the start. I'm doing my work. I'm going through Twitter. And then all of a sudden, I get popped onto the air when I don't know I'm on the air. And I wasn't even talking. I was just listening to Vic Fangio make meatballs on Twitter. So that's what I was doing. And that audio was coming up over the air. So anyway, enough about that. That's water under the damn bridge.
Yeah.
Bridge.
Let's get it back to the Eagles, Tone.
Let's get it back to the. By the way, Steeler fans are still crying. Get over it. Just worry about playing the stinking Baltimore Ravens this weekend, all right?
Yeah.
Oh, can we do this real fast?
Yeah.
Since you brought up the Eagles. So, Senator John Fetterman, this is cut 7.
Yes.
Phil. He had to pay off his bet because remember he had to, it was the Eagles, Steelers.
The Eagles!
And so he had to hold up a sign that says the Eagles. He's wearing an Eagles cap. He says Wawa is better than Sheets and the Eagles are better than the Steelers. Roll it.
Hi, everybody. Now, Mayor Parker was right. The Eagles are better than the Steelers. And we also discovered that Wawa now is better than Sheets. The good news is that I can't wait to serve and work with Mayor Parker to deliver for Philadelphia. So we now have the truth. Go Birds, go Birds, go.
That's amazing. That's funny. Come on, that's funny.
Come on, that is funny.
Yeah.
That is fun. That's fun. He's the one who's making more sense. All the other Joe Biden is in Delaware already. You believe the guy a couple of weeks away from basically being gone, which he's been gone for years. He went to Delaware on a Tuesday after hosting a party at the White House. And did you see who was at the White House party yesterday?
I did.
Hunter Biden was hosting all of the loser social media activists. JoJo from Jersey, they were all there. The guy, the crack addict from New York, Defiant Dad, all of the losers who helped them lose the presidency were all being on, and they're all taking their pictures with Hunter Biden with his big fake ivory teeth at the White House yesterday.
Now, was that fake news or a fake video that I saw with Hunter Biden? Did I see Flavor Flav there as well? Who
Flavor
was that?
Flav was at the White House. But he's everywhere, man. He was at the Super Bowl last year.
Okay.
He always has to bring that watch out, you know. Although his clock is not as big as Jalen Hurts' big diamond thing that he had on the other day. Did you see that thing?
No, I did not.
Jalen Hurts.
Well, that's what
$50
$50 million a year gets you.
Yeah.
Well, you're damn right.
Yeah. Hey, did you hear the story now in Jersey with the drones? That people that are seeing the drone sightings are now trying to claim that they're feeling and reporting physical symptoms, such as a stuffy nose, a runny nose, and a bad cough?
I think we call that flu season.
Yeah, I think
or
so.
We call
I think
it
so.
here allergy season. Because here, living in Florida, I have to take Zyrtec every day.
Yeah.
Because something's blooming all year long. Nothing's dead here. They're still cutting the grass outside like every 2 days. By the way, it's going up to 84 today, 76 right now.
Stop.
But I have to pack now. I'm going to have to pack to come back to Philly for 6 days, 7 days. And so I'm going to have to wear it. This is the worst time to travel, not just because it's the holidays, but you got to pack heavy clothes. I'm wearing shorts and flip-flops and my white T-shirt.
Attaboy.
But I'm going to have to put on the heavy clothes to come up there for a week. So this is a sacrifice that I'm making for you, all of my family and friends in the greater Philadelphia area.
And this is a good time to tell you why also you're coming up to Philadelphia, because you'll be doing some shows over the next couple of weeks. And you'll actually, I think, Sucker, you said live physically in the studio, correct?
That's what I've been told.
That's what you've been told.
Yes, we will be there in the flesh.
Nice.
And I will not be fat shaming anybody like you guys have been doing
it's
today.
a shame.
Yeah.
Dawn reprimanded us during the break.
It's a bad job out of us.
right.
Spanking machine.
Spanking machine.
Right down the aisle in the hallway.
She would have done it to Sean.
By the way,
but
how
Sean's
about
in
the greatest
Tennessee.
Trump appointment? You talk about Trump with all these appointments.
Yeah.
You see who he appointed yesterday? Herschel Walker is
saw
going
that.
to be the ambassador to the Bahamas.
I didn't know
I'm not making that up.
I didn't
I
know
want
there was
that
an.
gig.
I didn't even know that existed. I didn't even know that was a gig. The
That's better.
ambassador
Bermuda,
to the
Bahamas?
Bahamas.
Bermuda.
Yeah, I want to be the. I want
pretty
Trump
mama.
to appoint me as the
Wait.
ambassador to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Wait,
I'll
hang on.
happily
Woo!
jump on
Yeah,
a
yeah.
plane.
Hang on,
Yes.
Tony.
You got the job.
Mr. President wants to weigh in on this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Donald Trump,
Tell
your
you
thoughts on the Bahamas?
Well, I just want to tell you, we love Bermuda, we love Bahama, we love the pretty mamas, and I also want to say Tony can be the ambassador to the Virgin Islands. He's a great guy. He's a highly respected person, and he's got a beautiful. You look at his head, right? I have a beautiful head of hair. Both him and Nick have what I call fortune teller heads. You can rub their heads and see the future. Right? You could do that.
By the way, speaking of heads, did you see the new Donald Trump hairdo?
Yes.
He had
I'm
it, like,
competing
combed
with
back.
Gavin Newsom. I've slicked it back. They called it the slick back Don. It's incredible, right? We get business done. We get deals done. And we're going to make Canada. Here's what we're going to do, right? We're going to sell Hawaii to New Zealand, right? Because who needs it, right? But the hula hula, we can sell it back. We got Tulsi. We don't need it anymore.
Right.
We're going to merge the Dakotas because we don't need two of them.
Right.
We don't need two. We only
true.
need one.
That's true.
It's going to be called Great Dakota. That's what we're going to call it. And then
Great
we're going to add
Dakota.
Canada. We're going to have East Canada and West Canada, right? These are going to be East Canada, West Canada. We're still going to have 50 states. We're not going to have to change the flag. But we're going to sell Hawaii to New Zealand. We don't need it. We're going to merge the Dakotas, and then we're going to bring in Canada, 51 and
Yes.
52, down to 50. Beautiful flag.
Yes, it is.
President.
Oh, Tony Bruno.
Even
is
though they
with
still
us.
can't win a Stanley Cup up there.
That's right.
We got to make some concessions
Yeah.
to our neighbors to the north.
Yeah, and while we're merging things, Mr. President, can we just merge the Jets and the Giants together? Does New York need two football teams? I mean, seriously.
It's not right. It's not right.
I'll tell you what.
Can Doge fix the Jets and the Giants?
No, there are something just like the commercial. There's some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. There's some things Doge can't fix.
Okay.
It's called the New York Jets. I mean, at least the Giants have somewhat recently, the Patriots thing. Like the Jets, listen, the last time the Jets won a Super Bowl, 1969, NASA looked at that and said, if these guys could win a Super Bowl, we could definitely go on the moon. That's the only reason why Neil Armstrong did it. That's the only reason That's the only reason it worked, right? If you believe, a lot of people say the moon is made of cheese. If that was true, Chris Christie would have eaten it already. Okay.
Exactly. By the way, there's the list of all the, we talk about tanking in the NBA, like teams lose so they can get the top pick. If you look at the NFL, the list of teams that are all tanking is like 12 teams, with god-awful records. And I don't know why we use the term god-awful. I don't know who started that. It's a bad thing, not because about God, because it is about God. It's the season. By the way, Festivus, I think, starts today. Am I right? For all you Seinfeld fans?
I think Festivus starts on the 23rd.
Is it the 23rd?
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure.
I lose track
I think
of
it's
all
the
holidays.
23rd.
I think
it's
the
the 23rd.
Yes.
And Rand Paul always releases the waste report. I don't know. He always
Yes,
releases what
yes.
we spent. There was one year we spent like millions of dollars walking drunk lizards on treadmills. I said that wasn't a drunk lizard. It was just Nancy Pelosi. Okay?
That is called stupid.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Merrill.
Merrill.
Speaking of stupid, Tony, I got to get your thoughts on this.
Yes, thank you. Let's get it back to stupidity here.
We talked a lot about the United CEO killer, Luigi Mangione, the alleged killer.
Yes.
And now a poll comes out. And I know you love polls.
I saw this.
A poll found that 41% of adults under 30 consider the killing of Brian Thompson acceptable. Your thoughts?
Well, did you see it? There were protesters in New York last night, all these dudes, and you could tell it was legitimate because they had like a bed sheet and they were, calling out the death of more CEOs in New York City. All of these strappers, I like to call them. And I know the president should be using strapper because I think that's a word that must be in the new presidential lexicon of great words to use in describing people.
Yep.
Like Elizabeth Warren's upset because he called her Pocahontas in some email or something. Strapper is going to be the new term because it doesn't sound bad.
No.
You can call somebody a strapper and it can mean a lot of different things.
And it's multi-gendered
I'm saying?
as well. It applies to men, female,
Absolutely.
transgender, you name
Exactly.
it. There you go. Strappers are not very exclusive. It's very inclusive, right?
By the way, you saw what's happened. Today starts the new Let's Get Tough on Crime law in California. Today is the first day where if you steal more than $900 worth of stuff from a store, you may actually get arrested.
No.
How about that, huh?
No.
Tough on crime. Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom.
What about him?
Hello?
Yeah.
Well,
is this thing
the
on?
law. This is the law.
I thought you were going to continue.
Under his leadership.
But here's the thing. I thought it wasn't it anything under $1,990 some odd dollars does not
No, it was like $950.
Right. So, but now here's the more important question. Are they going to be unlocking the refrigerators, the freezers, the deodorant racks? Because everything is basically behind plexiglass and basically bolted shut. So you'd have to actually open these things up and then drop down the denomination as far as what the level is that actually rises up to the level of a crime, right?
I don't know. I was more surprised that somebody went up to the Zales in Franklin Mills and stole all the Rolexes. Did you know that Zales sold Rolexes
I
up
did
there
not
at
know
Franklin
that.
Mills Mall?
No, I
Zales.
usually go to Jared.
I usually go on Market Street and look for a guy selling hot ones, when I'm trying to get some late gifts.
Good work out of you.
And they're fake, by the way. The ones on the streets are not real Rolexes.
Yeah. Hey, I want to play this. I think we have this. Phil, Greg, the Aaron Rodgers vaccine commentary. And I think this is a perfect spot to play this because not only is Sean and Phil both Jet fans, but Tony Bruno, you have had your own personal issues with the vaccine, the COVID shot, and the side effects. Do we have this?
We do.
Okay, so let's play this. This was yesterday, and hopefully we censored this out.
We did.
Okay. Aaron Rodgers in his weekly. Now, it's apparently a report that it's a paid appearance. Pat McAfee actually has to pay Aaron Rodgers to come on. And
Part of the deal.
Part of the deal, right? So this is McAfee, Aaron Rodgers, and a lot of the beefs that are still going on over Aaron Rodgers and his immunization. Listen to this clip, and I want to get Tony and Sean's thoughts as a Jets fan. And, of course, Bruno has had to deal with the shot himself. Take a listen and watch this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Oh.
I just got a PSA. Just a quick PSA.
All right. I thought we were.
Just a quick PSA reminder.
Started with 12, count down to 1.
Yeah. Well, we're about to get there.
12. Got crowned.
That's how you crown. CFP National Champion. Is that the PSA? That's a good PSA. It's a catchy jingle.
PSA is this. I know I got to say this multiple times for people because they don't listen, but say whatever the you want about me. I don't care. But just before you do it, whether you state your name, your accolades, pronouns, whatever it is, just state your vax status so that anything you say afterwards gets put in the right light. Just get it out there. Because then when you say things about me, people can at least be like, oh, you are captured by the multi-billion-dollar propaganda psyop, and you're still upset about it.
Okay.
This will help things
out.
Yeah, this is good. This will settle it all down. I appreciate that. And
hey, you know what I mean? Just put that just so everybody knows where you're coming from. Everybody knows, okay, cool. You're twice vax Moderna with 3 booster shots. And then boom, boom, boom. Say what you want to say. Whatever. I don't care. I'm just saying a PSA. Just please help everybody out who's wondering, where is this coming from? Including myself. What is this coming from? But just give a little PSA. You do a little bit of digging, then you know where it's all coming from, right? You're captured, you're highly vaccinated, and then say whatever the hell you want to say about me, because I couldn't give two shits about it. All I care about is that you put that little disclaimer out there, just like it's in the bottom for me, that I'm a champ, MVP, and I am enthusiastic about ayahuasca. Just put, instead of your accolades that you need to have out there so desperately, just put your vax status as well, because you cared so much about it, during the COVID years.
All right.
So just put it out there on your
This
on your
aired on
bio,
ESPN?
Yes.
on your
Oh,
shows
yeah.
or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the suits were squirming.
Wow. Oh, my God.
Tony Bruno, your thoughts, because this is back
What
in the
I
news
love
again with the Netflix thing with
what I love about
psychedelics.
what I love about Aaron Rodgers is he does, he speaks his mind, and people hate people who speak their minds, and then I don't know if you've seen it, that there's a Netflix. I haven't watched the whole thing. I've seen clips of it where he went with RFK to some jungle resort, and they were doing all kinds of, what's that stuff called? The
Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca.
Yeah. It's like a.
Isn't that the latest nickname for what's her name up in Massachusetts?
Elizabeth Warren.
Pocahontas.
No,
Ms. Warren.
It's a hallucinogen.
Yeah.
Like it's a.
Yeah.
It's
I
a
know.
Yeah,
and he's actually on a mission with RFK Jr. out somewhere doing all kinds of hallucinogenics in the woods. Have you seen those clips? But this is what I love about Aaron Rodgers, and what I love about Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee yesterday, Aaron Rodgers says he doesn't take a dime for going on those shows, because he said he wants to go on that show because that show allows people to come on and say what they want. And he was taking shots at Mina Kimes, who's going to do one of these NFL games. So the great thing about Pat McAfee is that he's immune from ESPN people, because when he rips Clark and all of these other ESPN talking heads, he doesn't get in trouble for it.
Right.
Because I believe Pat McAfee now is more powerful than ESPN, because they can't afford to lose him.
Yep.
So he does whatever he wants. And there are very few people in this industry that have that kind of clout and power over their bosses.
Yep.
You do, maybe, Nick. Maybe
No.
Maybe
Not
maybe
even
Dawn,
Tucker. Not even Tucker Carlson has the clout that Pat McAfee does. Fox whacked him.
Yeah, it's true.
Sean, your thoughts on this Rodgers vaccination stuff that won't go away?
Well, I think it's funny that he's telling people to state their vax status, and if folks have a problem with that, you literally did that for the first couple of years with the vaccine. You needed to prove that you got jabbed to eat in New York City, So now all of a sudden it's a problem. That's number one. There's Tony's card.
There's my card. I don't leave home without this. I don't have my passport. I don't have my Social Security card. I don't have any real ID. When I get on an airplane, there is my vax card, baby.
There's
Double
your vaccination
vax.
card.
Pfizer
There it is.
H5-826.
What I found funny though is what I found good for Rodgers is funny is his boss is Woody Johnson, and Woody
Johnson, yeah.
Vaccine.
Yes.
And I remember being in football games, right, at the Jet games, season ticket holder, and when I was back in New York on Long Island and everything, we would go to the games in New Jersey. And the Jets were so, this is a given, death taxes, and the Jets are horrible. And I would be maybe under the influence of several adult sodas screaming, the only thing more embarrassing than your vaccine is your football team. Your defense stops about as much as your COVID vax, Woody. Turn those machines back on. So
Sell.
Second Trading Places reference of the day, but I found it funny that Rodgers is so anti-COVID vax, and his boss Woody Johnson, rolled out the vaccine for a while,
Mhm.
but that wasn't an mRNA. The only thing I'll give Woody credit on is the Johnson & Johnson. That was not an mRNA shot, so a little safer, I guess.
There you go. All right, Tony Bruno, great stuff as always, brother. Thank you very much.
All right, kids, we'll see. Well, we won't see. You guys are bailing, right? Now,
Yeah.
Gioli's doing his thing Friday afternoon in Cape May. My
May,
son was in
yes.
Cape
Yeah.
May.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
I'll be there Saturday night, and we'll see. Well, none of you guys are going to be there, right?
No.
Everybody's
No.
bailing on
Yeah,
Friday.
yeah.
I'm going to go on a 12-day bender.
Yep.
Bender.
I didn't even exactly. All right, yeah, hit me up. We're going to have to go get some Italian food. We got to get together for dinner.
All right.
All
All
brother.
right, kids.
There he is.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Drive
Love you, man.
safely.
Love you, too.
Drive safely.
All
Love
right.
you, Dawn. How was the jury duty? Did you stay or did you go?
Well, they booted me. They settled the case. It was fun.
All right, beautiful.
But I parked in the Wanamaker building underneath so I could do a little Macy's shopping.
Yeah, did you go see the organ and the show and the organ show
Yeah,
and
the
all that other
big
stuff?
organ.
Yeah. Big O, little
Love big
organ.
organ.
There you go.
It was wonderful.
All right, Bruno, we'll see you. Tell Robin to
All
hit
right,
this
guys.
disconnect button. Stop screwing
I
things
will
up, Robin.
disconnect. Yeah.
There he
I'm
is.
going back to bed.
Yeah, me too. Me too. There he is.
Good night, everybody.
All right, we'll come back. Dawn will have a big three. Sean might have a meltdown. I don't know. Maybe we could just play more of that mayor from Bellevue.
No.
I just want to trigger Sean for the final hour. That's all I have left. We'll get to a couple other stories as well. Stay tuned. 9 o'clock hour on the way. Here on Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, Greg, Sean. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, listen, if you're thinking of joining me next spring on the Italian Riviera, you need to call now. Just a few spots left. Yes, Lorenzo, Romina, they're going to be back with us. Conservative Tours, crafting another incredible itinerary that's sure to enchant all of us. Tuscany, the Riviera, the Northern Italian Lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events you'll write home about. 5378, yes, that includes your airfare, which is incredible, 5378. Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, the fashion capital of Milan. Call toll-free 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. You'll see the full itinerary. Look for my picture, my name. Luxury hotels, a Mercedes coach, a tour leader who is absolutely the best. That's Conservative Tours in Italy. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Charming Siena, home to Il Palio, the medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano, Medina, Lake Como, Vernazza. Join me next spring in Italy. See you in Portofino, because conservativetours.com. Get this today. Get her done. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. It is crunch time, right? And let me guess, you're looking for the perfect last-minute gift. Don't worry. Be merry. Wawa is the one-stop holiday gift card shop for everyone on your list. Give the gift of Wawa or find other popular gift cards like Xbox or Apple. Always available in stores so you can stop in, grab a gift card, and get on your merry way. Make a last-minute Wawa run for gift cards today. Happy holidays from Wawa.
See store for details.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Cherry Hill, Saturday, February 8th, with Dennis Horan and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Power up the holiday and give a gift from the top of their wish list. Visit your local Steel dealer today or shop online at steelusa.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-291-1305. That's 800-291-1305. 800-291-1305.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Mustard. Mustard. Kayal and Company, 9:02. As we continue, fourth and final hour, live on a Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Sean Farish, live from Nashville. Morning mystery movie clip in just under 20 minutes. The final cut sheet part due of Greg Stocker's 2024.
Wow.
Still ahead.
Man.
Phil is back, so
Yep.
we'll get a live Today in Music History.
Today!
Woo! Coming up in just about 45 minutes. And what's on tap for The Dawn Show. Also, we talked a lot about mental issues and health today, physical well-being, your mental well-being. We'll give you an update on the Madison, Wisconsin school shooter, allegedly, Natalie Rupnow, who's now deceased, in really what she was interested in, intrigued by, leading up to this awful, awful tragedy. And also on the United Healthcare CEO front, we talk about deranged individuals. We gave you that stat, one of these polls that found 41% of under 30 Americans, 30 years old that is, say that this was acceptable to kill somebody, to murder somebody in cold blood. Where do you hear a card game that is being launched by a socialist company? You talk about deranged. I hope that the authorities take this very seriously, and I want these people tracked down like they walked into the Capitol on January 6th, okay? And we're going to just hunt down people for, reasons that really don't matter. Let's take all of these threats seriously before it's too late and another CEO gets whacked in cold blood, all because somebody can't stand the system where they hate capitalism. So we'll get to that story coming up. But let's get some of the news. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:04.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3, sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tubs this morning. Number 1, well, I'll begin with Trump, because there's a lot about Trump today. So idea. He has, about you, Mr. President. Here it is. He's suing the Des Moines Register newspaper. A lot of reaction to this morning. Free speech advocates are speaking out, saying this is bad for free speech. Why is he suing the Des Moines Register newspaper and its former pollster and its parent company, Gannett, and the former pollster, J. Ann Selzer, and her polling firm, which was at one point hailed as the most respected
a gold
in the
standard.
nation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not so much. So fake gold. So the poll was bad. We all know that it was bad. And so it caused quite a stir. And we all talked about it at the time.
Yep.
And
what are the grounds, by the way? I'm just curious. What are the grounds that,
And for those who don't remember,
it was a bad poll.
This was, 47-44? She had Harris plus 3 in Iowa, I believe.
Yeah, 3.4 percentage points in, Republican-leaning Iowa. And everybody was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously Trump ended up winning Iowa by, 13 points.
Yes, and this is obviously fresh off of the ABC suit against Slopadopoulos.
Yeah,
right.
Which was settled.
Yep.
Snuffleupagus.
So, he did talk about this and ran down. He said that he felt that he is obligated to do this, and I think it's his way of making them accountable. As for the pollster, by the way, right after the election, she quietly stepped down and said she was, doing other things.
I mean, I totally get why you would go after a media outlet like ABC, when Stephanopoulos is, basically saying rape when it was sexual abuse. And, we did a big take on that on Monday, obviously. And I get the CBS suit with the editing of the Kamala. Well, like to what Greg was saying, though, because I've seen the headline, but I haven't read the full story. What grounds can you sue a polling company for an inaccurate sample size? That's my question.
I think what his point is, and I think I'm not defending it or trying to not rationalizing it, and that I agree. But Seltzer was on mainstream media and leaking some of these, leaking the idea that the Iowa race was close for a while before she released that final poll. I think Trump walks you through it and says, he had him up by 10 points, and then she had him up by 4 points, and then she had him down by 3. And I think what his goal here is to prove that this wasn't quote unquote a bad poll, in that it was something that happened on accident. I think what his point is that there was a narrative that she was trying to construct, and that's why she was out there talking about it in the mainstream media and not just saying, here's what I found, but basically saying, here's what I'm cooking. And I think that's what he's trying to do. I don't know how he's going to prove it. I don't know what he's got.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard to prove.
I don't think he'll win.
Very hard to prove.
And he probably knows that, but it's about exposing what he believes the motive was behind it.
And how do you expose that?
Right.
So the only way that they can force the records is by this lawsuit. And that's, in my humble opinion, that's the bottom line on why they're doing this, right? Because now you've got a lawsuit. So as a matter of course,
they have to show the books.
The judge immediately orders them, do not destroy anything. Everything's evidence. We want the emails. We want all of it. as part of Discovery. We want all of this. And so now you get a peek underneath. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Could this expose the whole
polling industry?
Industry.
Yeah. God knows we've spent way too much time talking about polls leading up to elections. This could be a fascinating discovery as we see what show us the ingredients to the sauce.
Well, because what else might you find when you get access to all of that because you file, subpoena after subpoena?
Well, that's the thing. Like, we've all said, and Sean, I don't know if you've weighed in on this. Do you guys know anybody who's ever been polled?
No.
I've been polled several times.
Have you really?
Have you?
Yeah, I have been polled several times. When I
okay.
lived in New York, I was polled. And
did you get tipped?
They're long polls, man. They you were on the phone for like 15 minutes.
Oh,
it's
really?
not just who you voting for. It's who you voting for, and then issues, and then if so and so was in favor of this, would you vote? And they're long things.
God,
Mm-hmm.
Did they call your cell phone or a landline? Like
they
how
call
does
my cell phone.
Okay.
Sometimes in the 2022 cycle, in New York, there were I got a lot of text polls, right?
Yeah.
So they would text me and then say who you voting for and this, and it would be 10 or 15 responses. And I got called a few times on landline, and I got called a few times on my cell phone. And it might have just been that I was a high propensity voter. I'd never missed any election, voting in everything, right?
Shocking.
And that's probably why.
Now, were these any notable pollsters or the ones that we cite on the show? Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So
there goes my theory.
when people, I've heard it a billion times. Like, have you ever heard anyone's polled? I'm like, I've been polled.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
but they do exist.
We all got those texts, especially leading up to the election, of like, click here for this. It was.
But they were fundraising.
Yes.
Yeah, I delete and
100%.
block them.
And
right away.
I would never respond to any of them because you don't know how many of them are phishing scams.
You don't even
either.
respond to my texts.
That's true.
Yeah, much less a pollster.
That's true.
By the way, there's a pending libel lawsuit.
I'm busy.
Pending libel lawsuit that Trump his attorneys have against the Pulitzer Prize Board over a statement the board made when it reaffirmed its decision to award those prizes to the New York Times and the Washington Post back in 2018 for their coverage of Russia, 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 and the 2016 Trump campaign.
Oh.
So that libel lawsuit, that continues as well.
Man, it's lawsuit city all of a sudden. He's just emptying a clip here in the courts.
Well, again,
nice.
accountability.
Yeah.
And speaking of the Electoral College, President-elect Donald Trump it's official, has received enough electoral votes to officially clinch the presidency. Major milestone he reached when Texas electors awarded him the state's 40 electoral votes.
Has CNN called the race yet?
That's a good one. Number 3, we've talked about other health news of the day. Nick's Big Take started the day talking about that.
Yeah, psychos and fatzos.
What about the band on your smartwatch? Saw a headline here.
Oh, no. Tell me it's going to give me
the
cancer.
The band, yes, may contain chemicals that scientists have linked to fertility problems and even cancer.
Uh-oh.
A new
That's
study
what the drones are
says.
sniffing.
Sniff.
It's a smartwatch sniffer.
Sniffer. It's perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances. They're the PFAs.
That's the little rubber plastic that's the Apple Watch, and the smart Fitbit. Mm-hmm.
And they're also used in the manufacturing of everything from fabric to nonstick pans to cosmetics.
Wow.
And these are not good, the PFAs. And remember, they talk about these getting into our water system. Now they're saying that, if you wear that watch and you're sweating, you're going about your day, it starts to break down a little bit, those little particles. Do they get into your system?
Yeah. Yeah, keep tracking your steps, smarty pants. Okay.
Yeah. So the smartwatches might not be so smart.
I'm going to continue to wear it. I don't care what any of you
Yeah,
say.
I think you're probably going to be okay. Yeah.
Well, I guess it makes the case to, if it starts to break down or get nasty, get a new one.
Well, here's the thing. Sometimes I get like the red mark, like right there on my.
That's a sign.
Yeah,
well, it's because you're wearing it too tight.
It's either that or the plastic. I'm not. My skin doesn't react well to it.
Yeah. Are you a tight watch guy or a loose watch guy?
Well, with this, I want to wear it a little tighter because it measures heart rate, breathing, and all that good stuff.
Right.
Yeah, 21% of American adults, 35% of people in the UK use the UK our smartwatch wearers like Greg Stock.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know
There
how many
we
steps
have
I take, how well I slept.
Yeah.
It's good information.
How many brands you branded?
How many brands I brand.
Did you sleep good last night?
Let me look at my score.
Yeah, what did the watch say?
What was your score?
I want to know more about you, Greg.
I got an 81 last night.
Out of 100?
6 hours and
That's a C.
6 hours and 54
No,
minutes.
we've established on
81
that.
is a B.
That's
Yeah,
a
thank
B.
you, thank you, Sean.
It's a B.
We had this
81's a B minus.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
C plus.
Yeah.
It's on the cusp.
6 hours and 54 minutes.
Dawn's always grading on a curve.
On a curve.
Never.
That's DEI. That's the DEI.
Dawn
you
is-
know that you know what they've done, right? With the grading now.
Yeah.
A lot of schools, they don't do failing anymore. They say that the student is just
A loser?
emerging.
Yeah.
Wait,
Dude,
loser.
I am so glad you brought this up.
Wait,
My
I
daughters
interrupted.
are going through this in 5th grade right now.
That's happening, right?
In Tennessee,
Emerging,
in
right?
Tennessee, they got letters and number grades. They'd get a 78, they'd get a B plus. Here in Bluebell, it's meeting expectations. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and they can't give the kid the 4 out of 4 until the end of the year because they, quote, haven't gone through the entire curriculum. So my daughters are all A's and B's. But they only can get a 3 out of 4, meeting expectations. We did the whole parent-teacher thing back around like a week before Thanksgiving. And I was like, are you serious right
That
now?
is so lame.
It's
That's lame.
Wissahickon School District.
You're the one who wanted to move to the ritzy Bluebell. You know what I mean? This is what you get, Kayal.
Yeah.
Should have stayed in Tennessee. Well, no, you shouldn't have. But
I should have came to Bucks County. I'm
Bucks.
heading over to Stalker's neighborhood.
Yeah, right. The forecast today, by the way, 55 degrees. Rain develops later in the day. Tomorrow we're teed up for 45 degrees, sunny skies. Friday for the big families
Yes.
as we
Yeah.
families behind the badge children's fundraising event.
Foundation block party. Yes, we'll
It's
all
going to be
there.
fun.
Yep.
So it'll be mid 40s. The sun,
Yeah.
will be out when it's out.
Old City, man. It's like
It's fun.
They closed down that road there, 2nd Street, and it is all the bars that participate. And you go bar hopping.
Front
and
Street.
It's
great.
they have raffles. They have speeches by a lot. I mean, those speeches by the widows of the slain officers are just like if you don't cry, you have no heart.
Yeah, it makes you want to run through a brick wall.
Oh God! People always wonder why do you advocate for the death penalty in firing squad? It's because I know these widows and I know what they go through, and I know these scumbags. That are the reason their husbands aren't there anymore. F them.
Yeah. You hear that,
So-
Larry Krasner?
Sorry.
Stalker's coming for the DA gig. You're out.
So we'll all self-medicate a little before those speeches, right?
Well,
But
yes.
Celebrate.
We'll all
our
be there.
friends.
You should be there too. GregStalkerSucks.com.
It's a Friday
Have
night.
a drink with us.
Yeah.
Come out,
Yeah.
Come out and,
I'm not going to be on the air again until January 2nd.
I will. All right.
go
Let me
hard.
let me just say this. Guys. I will. If you come up to me and tell me you're a listener, I'll buy you a drink. How about that?
Wow.
And then he'll put it on the Odyssey corporate credit card.
Well, I'll buy you a drink. I didn't say who was buying the drink. I said
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore.
I will. Odyssey would be more than happy to pay for your
Wow.
drinks.
Nice.
That's right. It's all for a good cause.
Yeah.
We are sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. 12 days of savings at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. From now until December 24th, Christmas Eve, you get up to $5,000 off hot tubs, up to $2,500, $2,500 off saunas, which Greg Stocker wants.
Yes.
20% off water care for the first 20 customers. You sign up for their new auto shipping program, only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. You know I love my Spring Dance Hot Tub. Visit springdancehottubs.com. That's the big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9 o'clock hour underway. It's brought to you by Warner Brothers. Let's wrap up with the last story of the day. I wanted to go through just 2 little elements here on 2 killings that are obviously have been headline newsworthy for now close to 2 weeks. We'll start with the most recent one, as there's a picture, and I believe, Phil, we have it if you want to throw it up. This is Natalie Rupp, now the 15-year-old, now deceased, alleged shooter at the Madison, Wisconsin Christian school that took the lives of teachers and students and injured many others. This is her at the range. And apparently she has an obsession, or had an obsession, and was wearing shirts with a lot of Columbine references linking to that shooting from God, this has to be what's Columbine, 25 years ago?
1999.
1999. And it's just an awful, awful thing. And it's this weird obsession. And look, I go down rabbit holes. I'm not going to lie. I like to watch theories and videos and read about things on 9/11 and things like that. The only difference is I don't get to the point where I try to advertise for the endorsement of killers and then act it out in real life. There's a difference between being fascinated by and having an inquisitive nature behind things that still remain murky or unsolved. But this is disturbing. And then we go to the Brian Thompson murder, where the United Healthcare CEO, as we know, allegedly killed by Luigi Mangione. And now this group called Comrade Workwear, which is this socialist company, has launched a card game. I'm reading this from Newsweek. It was also in the New York Post. They've launched a card game in which each card shines a spotlight on a different titan of greed, complete with QR codes linked to a dedicated web page which exposes, quote, their dirtiest deeds. Now, just to explain how this card game works, obviously, if you've ever seen a deck of cards, you have hearts, you have spades, you have clubs, and you have diamonds. So they've broken it down. This is how sick these individuals are, where they've placed the CEOs into 4 different categories: hearts, spades, clubs, and diamonds. Now, the CEOs in the hearts category are the CEOs of real estate companies, retail, and healthcare companies, exploiting care and connection to put profits over people. The spades work in weapons, oil, and pharmaceuticals, profiting from destruction, war, and illness. The clubs category work in chemicals, agriculture, and logistics, grinding the planet and its people into submission. And the diamonds category work in finance, tech, and media, hoarding wealth and controlling the narrative to maintain power. This is a company that should be immediately, and I am not for the government overstepping bounds and infringing upon people's rights, trust me. But when you have a group led by a socialist company that is basically putting out a most wanted deck of 52 cards for CEOs across the ecosphere of corporate America and maybe even beyond globally, there's going to be somebody out there sick and demented like Luigi or like our girl in Wisconsin that takes this stuff beyond being pissed off and then acts upon it. I don't know about what you guys think. When I hear that 73-year-old grandmothers are being arrested 4 years later, or somebody that did absolutely nothing wrong on January 6th other than walking into a building being, quote, hunted down, how about we reallocate some federal resources to track down these people and just make sure that this is nothing more than a stupid game and not something that a human being a little uncorked in the head is going to act upon? Do you think that's overreach? I don't think it is. I just wanted to get your thoughts, Sean and Dawn. Sean, if you want to go first.
I miss the days when we had decks of cards for like terrorists we wanted to catch. Remember that?
And that's what that's what this reminds me of.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me. That was cool, right? This is not cool. This is
Bin Laden was the ace of spades, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was. This is nuts. And you're right. You know what? If we could track down the J6 people, and by the way, how ironic. Speaking of the J6ers, how ironic is it that Liz Cheney violated 18 U.S. Code Section 1512, right? Which is the obstructing, or they're saying she did, innocent until proven guilty, but they're saying she did. How ironic that was the charge that made life hell for J6ers. It was the one that led to Matthew Perna taking his life. That she may actually be legitimately guilty with that witness tampering thing. But this card game, this is not a game. This is not, we can't treat human life. I don't care if you don't like the CEO of a company. The way to fix that situation, if it's a healthcare issue, if it's the an environmental, you don't kill the CEO.
Right.
It's not a game. we got a lot of problems in society right now if we're lionizing a guy who shot another dude in the back.
You know what's amazing?
I mean, think about it.
It took October 7th, 2023 to kind of flush out all the anti-Semitism in this country.
Yeah.
And now the slaying of Brian Thompson has opened up the floodgate where respondents in a poll to the tune of 41% are of the belief that this guy walking out of a hotel in Midtown Manhattan at 6 a.m. and getting executed in the back was an acceptable form of punishment for corporate greed and selling off stocks.
That's sick.
And
sick.
It's amazing too. And Dawn, I want to get your thoughts on this. I was listening to Rich a couple of nights ago, and he had a caller that called in and was basically saying that this guy didn't deserve to die because he's not the one specifically that rejects the healthcare claims, but it's those people that make $50,000, $60,000 a year that make that transaction decision. Those are the people that should be dealt with in this form or fashion. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. I don't think anybody should be dealt with this.
No.
Whether you're a low-level functionary or a biggity big, that's not how you're going to get change to the system.
No, and there are so many ironies here because the victim in this was advocating and was giving them a heads up in his own company saying, hey, we have a real PR problem. He was quoted as saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But tragically, they keep saying he's the CEO. He's not the main big boss. He's not the owner, and he works for one division. You know what I'm saying? So it almost just feels like a mentally ill person tracked down an American businessman because he wanted to take somebody out and go out with a bang. I mean, that's basically what I see here.
Yep.
It's and so anybody who subscribes to this and says, oh, well, we have to give these CEOs a message. Really? Because what do you do for a living? You could be next on some crazy person's hit list.
Yeah.
It's just not the way to be.
Right. Where do we draw the line? Well, I got screwed over at a job and a promotion, so I took it out on the CEO. Well, that's not going to change any of these systems. So I think it's just awful. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Warner Brothers. The college football playoff is here, and you don't want to miss a moment of the action with the new 12-team format. It's guaranteed to be bigger and better than ever. The college football playoff, presented by Allstate, begins with 4 first-round games. One on Friday, December 20th, and then a triple header on the 21st. That is Saturday on ESPN, ABC, TNT, and Max. We will come back. Cut Sheet Part 2. Today in music history, the morning mystery movie clip, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. All still ahead, but here's what's on tap for you. If you want internet and privacy security and service, and you want to feel safe, 30-day free trial. Can I say that again? 30 days. Who doesn't like a month for free? DuckDuckGo.com/1210. That's where you get your 30-day free trial for their new subscription service, 3-in-1 Privacy Pro package. And then after that 30-day free trial, you're going to feel safe. You're going to feel secure. A lot of your personal information will be removed. Identity theft has been restored if you're the victim of that. And, of course, you can take that secure VPN anywhere you go. And after that, it's just $9.99 per month. I think $10 a month is worth it to protect all of your intellectual property, your personal information. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Personally, for me, over 50 items on the internet, and after a few weeks, it was down to like 6. I couldn't believe it. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. It's more than just an app. It's more than just a browser. It is your identity, and that is worth preserving. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge, having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit VeneriaDental.com.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's Enhanced Network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
It's officially the merry season, and B101, Philly's official Christmas station, is your home for holiday music. Spinning the biggest and best festive tracks all day long, now through Christmas Day. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Get your holiday fix on the radio at 101.1 FM. Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly, or listen on the go with the free Odyssey app.
For eligible individuals 18 and older with self-perceived mild to moderate hearing loss only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
Hello, I'm Dr. Harvey Abrams, head of research audiology at Jabra Enhance. Did you know there's a connection between untreated hearing loss and chronic conditions like cognitive decline and dementia? The good news is hearing aids can actually reduce these risks and help you stay connected. Today, I'm excited to tell you about my favorite hearing aids, the game-changing Jabra Enhance Select 500. Jabra Enhance offers an affordable solution for most common hearing problems with our best-ever speech-enhancing capabilities for a mighty sound in a micro-sized package. Plus, with Jabra Enhance's premium package, you get 3 years of continuous remote care provided by licensed hearing healthcare professionals. No waiting rooms or long commutes. It's as easy as video chatting with a friend. Because at Jabra Enhance, our job is to help you hear and be heard.
Save $300 on Enhance Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/radio. That's JABRA Enhance.com/radio. JabraEnhance.com/radio.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:34 as we roll on live on this Wednesday morning. A final cut sheet part due of 2024 almost upon us with Stocker at the helm. Tomorrow, myself, Sean Farish, Don Stensland, as Stocker begins his vacation. And then on Friday, myself, Mary Walter, and Sean Farish will be joining us at 8:30. Still ahead this morning, we'll get a live in-studio rendition of Today in Music History, courtesy of Phil Almquist. By the way, here's an idea, because we always come up with great ideas for sales or programming or promotions on this show. I would actually pay good money to see Phil Almquist and Sean Farish together watching a Jets game.
That would be fun.
Mic'd up.
No, it wouldn't.
Live on YouTube.
Well, and then no offense to Phil. I love Phil. This is not a Phil issue. This is a Jets issue.
This is a franchise. It's a franchise issue.
One of the best parts about moving to Tennessee is not turning on
the Titans.
I could watch the Titans are just as bad, but at least it's like it's still new to me. It's like. One of the best things about moving here is now it's like, the NFL Sunday ticket is ridiculous. Why am I gonna pay $700 to watch the Jets?
It's outrageous.
Sorry.
No
Not
way.
gonna happen.
No way.
Okay.
If they make the
You
red
should
zone,
pay
then
me
you see
to
them.
watch the Jets. Okay.
Tell me about it. Exactly. All right, 9:35. Let's see what he's got left over one last time for 2024.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. So I'm sorry I waited so long to get to this, but
you've been sitting on this since Thanksgiving.
This has been. I don't know if you guys saw the interaction or the grilling yesterday that U.S. Senator Josh Hawley got into with the NCAA Association President Charlie Baker.
Mm-hmm.
This was over transgender athletes competing in sports.
Yeah, it was a big deal yesterday. I think John Kennedy that was there from Louisiana.
Yep. So this hearing was supposed to be on legalized sports gambling and the effects it's had since since most states have gone legal with this.
Right.
And Josh Hawley used his entire 6 minutes to talk about transgender athletes competing in sports.
Yeah. He said, you know what? I'll let Stocker have his FanDuel reads, and I'm going to focus on something else.
Yeah. By the way, look, you don't have to partake, but I love legalized sports gambling. Again, you don't have to partake. You may not like it. I love it. I think it's a great boon.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's play some of Josh Hawley here, Phil.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Baker, if I could just start with you. I confess I didn't understand your answer to Senator Kennedy's question about the safety of women in the sports of the NCAA overseas. Did you say the federal law requires the NCAA to permit biological men to play in women's sports?
No, I said there have been 5 cases in federal court in the past 18 months. And
okay, because I thought you told him that
federal judges sided with participation.
The reason the NCAA couldn't take a position on this, in fact, you have taken a position on it, you're affirmatively permitting biological men in women's sports. But you said to him it's because of federal law. There's no federal law that requires it, right? The relevant federal law is Title IX, is it not? You're familiar with Title IX.
If guidance on this issue from Title IX or guidance with respect to discrimination law would be
Title
important.
Oh,
IX is already the law. Title IX says
federal judges have ruled on
20 USC Section 1681A. By the way, let's just dispense with that canard. No federal court has ordered the NCAA to include biological men in women's sports, right? There's not a single case that has ordered the NCAA to do so, correct?
That's pretty much what they decided in the San
No, don't say
Jose
pretty
case.
much. We're talking about the law here.
Yes,
and
I know.
And you actively dissembled to Senator Kennedy just a second ago. It's not true that the NCAA has been ordered by any court, number one. It's not true that federal law requires you to include biological males. In fact, Title IX explicitly says no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be denied the benefits of any educational program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. You are in court at this moment arguing that Title IX doesn't apply to the NCAA, which is astounding to me given the amount of money, federal money, the NCAA gets. But let me just ask you this. A total of 5 teams, 5 women's volleyball teams, Wyoming, Southern Utah, Utah State, Nevada, and Boise State all had to forfeit 7 games in their conference play, NCAA conference play this past year, women's teams, because a biological male under your rules was playing on a rival's team. How is that not denying them the benefits of the sport? Why is this fair to women?
And when that issue went to federal court, the judge sided with participation.
No, the NCAA did not go to court.
No,
that is not true.
The federal judge made the decision with respect to the issue you just raised.
Your rules have not been tried in federal court, and your rules explicitly permit biological males in women's sports. And I am asking you, why is that fair to the women?
There you go.
It's not fair to the women, and I do think we are going to eventually get to the point where this is going to have to be evaluated, specifically within the NCAA framework. I don't know if this has to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Wouldn't be surprised if it does. But Charlie Baker's been a weasel for a long time. Anybody that pays attention to college athletics knows that he's another empty suit. And I'm glad that Hawley and others took him to task yesterday. I don't know how they got off. I don't know what caused the veer off, because it was about legalized. The whole concept of the day was legalized sports betting. And somehow it turned into the whole Title IX nonsense.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder, and maybe this is where it was, maybe it isn't. I wonder if it veered off and said, well, is it fair to allow people to bet on sports when there are males competing against females?
That's a great point.
Yep.
That's a great point. And
I don't know if that's how it was, but the whole San Jose
volleyball,
remember that.
Yep.
Well, is it, is William Thomas in a swimming pool, getting the same odds that an actual biological female would get? I don't know.
Stalker's going to have to pull up the FanDuel app and see what the odds are.
Do that, that's it.
Well, and remember, too, with the San Jose State story, once these schools were forfeiting and taking a stand saying, no, we're not going to play, I'm not going to send out my girls to compete against a guy, the media and the schools that have the transgender athletes then tried to shame the coaches and the players of biological females and ridicule them.
Yep.
No, just outrageous. This is one of the, it's amazing because I have no problem talking about it because I think it's fascinating, but it's wild that this is such a controversial subject.
Yep.
When you look at, like, if you just view it from a common sense prism, you realize we've created sports for the different genders. The fact that this continues to linger on is astounding with where we are in American society and our political system.
What are you going to say, Dawn?
And no, just thank God to Riley Gaines, and so many of the women who were really bullied and they felt like nobody supported them. And she had tweeted out or X'd out, why don't you go to Amazon and buy a spine online and take a stand?
Oh, man.
Oh.
And that was a quote. I believe that's what Senator John Kennedy, who is like we love, quoting him, but it was to NCAA President Charlie Baker. And she wrote, Senator Kennedy never misses.
Help me understand this.
But I think that's it. It's the truth. And we've seen, catastrophic injuries by especially the volleyball, player who, suffered. She was out for 30 minutes. I have a son who plays football, hardest hits by huge guys. Yep. And I've never seen any guys in football get hit and they're out at that level for 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm. How about the boxing thing in the Olympics?
Yeah, you remember that?
These are traumatic brain injuries.
We forget about that, about how this dude was pummeling women and
this was
one
in the
woman
summer.
just like, forget it. I'm done. Forget this. I'm not risking this.
Yes.
For this dude who wants to beat up women.
I remember tweeting about that in the summer. This was right in the beginning of August. I was at Music Fest when I saw the video, and then my replies and my mentions are blowing up. Oh, so you're a bigot? And I'm like, no, I just don't believe dudes should be able to punch chicks in the face.
Yeah.
if you can't get down with my line of thinking, it's probably a you problem.
Well, the NHL did this trans hockey league where like men and women could play in the same thing. And if you're all, trans and a biological male player, it was a simple hip check. Like, if you watch an NHL game, you see this happen all the time. Sent a female player, biological female player, into the boards,
Mm-hmm.
and she was out on the ice for 10 or 20 minutes or something with a concussion. I mean, it's a safety. It's not a bigotry thing.
Yeah.
It's a safety thing.
You know what it really is too, and this is why I think it's such a fad at this point and a trend. It is so regional as well, right? All the trans stories that we hear, they either come from the West Coast or the East Coast. You never hear trans stories from the Dakotas or in the South. Like, why is
We're merging
that?
them.
Merging.
Yeah,
Great Dakota.
You're right.
That was mentioned.
And it's
Greater
like-
Dakota.
And it's,
Greater Dakota,
and it's
sorry.
largely dudes that want to become women. It's not women trying to become men.
Yep.
I don't know
No.
of many stories where women try to become men and then play men's sports.
No, it's because the men are trying to become women. They're not good enough to compete against other dudes, so they got to get their fix in, you know. And it's honestly, and I hate using this word, but I think it applies. It's predatory.
It is.
And then when you look at, when you look at the bathroom issue, again, it's not that I want to make life difficult for someone like Sarah McBride or whatever the person's name. That's not the point. The point is, if you're someone who owns chickens, right? If a fox walked up to you and started acting like a chicken, you wouldn't put the fox in the hen house, right? You wind up with dead hens that way. You don't give a predator easier access to the prey. And I'm not saying, again, people will go from 0 to 60. Well, you're saying all trans people are predators. No. What I'm saying is, if you're going to remove the requirement that you must be a biological female to enter the female restroom, a bad actor will exploit that for
100%.
personal gain.
100%.
That's the point.
And no guy, at least that I know of, cares if a female goes into a male restroom. It has nothing to do with that.
I don't care.
It has.
I don't care. I've seen it happen a million times at concerts.
Yes, 100. Exactly.
I relish it
all the time. women coming into men's bathrooms. Nobody cares. It's the opposite because I'm sorry. Women get attacked, women get raped, women get like this is I'm old school. I want to protect women. So why are we allowing dudes into a women's restroom? That should not be allowed ever.
It's always the mediocre to average male athlete that transitions to become a female. It's interesting. In 2001, when I realized I was not going to get a scholarship to play college football, my dad said to me, he didn't say you should become a woman. He said, Nick, it's probably time to start focusing on your academics.
And if you don't, here's 5 across the aisle.
That's right.
All right, we have to break.
The old school way.
We have to break.
Back after this.
Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
Yes, Dawn. Tell us a little something about the car industry.
Well-oiled machine this morning.
Yeah. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest in luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs, innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And with thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships, Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out and technically fits under the Christmas tree. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here for my friends at Omaha Steaks. Gifting during the holidays is a warm experience to make someone else's life more enjoyable. Forget gift cards, electronics, or clothing. Get them a memorable experience like the gourmet foods from Omaha Steaks. How about a curated gift package that they will savor with so much flavor? Perhaps filet mignon, courtesy of Omaha Steaks. And now you can get the perfect gift with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an extra $30 off your purchase by using the promo code Nick at checkout. We had the filet mignon, the burgers, and the chicken breasts, and it was the freshest meal I've ever had delivered to my doorstep. The girls loved the chicken. My wife said the burgers melted in her mouth, and I absolutely love the filet. 5 generations of family excellence dating back to 1917. Wow your friends and family with a gift that is way different than the ordinary. OmahaSteaks.com, 50% off site-wide. Use the promo code Nick for an extra $30 off at checkout. Do it today. OmahaSteaks.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through Hims.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through Hims.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
All right, 9:51, Kayal and Company. We are winding things down here on a Wednesday morning. We'll get to today in music history as well as what is on tap for the Dawn Show in just a moment. But much like yesterday, although a little bit different, yesterday we forgot about the morning mystery movie clip at 9:20, and then it just kind of landed back in my brain around 9:50. Today it's by design.
Yep.
Because we like it like that.
We do.
So if you don't
Sometimes
like it,
we stumble.
go pound sand.
Sometimes we stumble upon things.
That's right.
Let's do it, shall we?
Let's do it.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm here for a good reason. You don't need to help me. But what do you want, Richard?
I'll be honest with you. I want to do a good deed.
A what?
A good deed.
Miles, Birth of the Cool.
What?
It's a record. I'm a jazz nut.
Yeah.
Bring me a copy next time you come.
Miles Davis.
If you come.
Tell him, Dick.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
How does a pair of tickets sound to see Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil at the Met Philadelphia this Saturday, December 21st at 7:30 p.m.? Tickets on sale, livenation.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. He's back from Jacksonville. Fresh off a rare Jets win.
Very rare.
And he's ready to go with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today,
December 18th, we celebrate the birthdays of Elliot Easton from the Cars, who's 71, and Keith Richards from the greatest band of all time, the Rolling Stones, who's now 81. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Bobby Keys and Sam Andrew from Big Brother and the Holding Company. Singles include As Tears Go By the Rolling Stones in 65, and Big Jack by AC/DC in 2008. Album include McCartney 3 by Paul McCartney in 2020. Tell Me I'm Pretty by Cage the Elephant in 2015, and Not of This Earth by Joe Satriani in 1986. Also in 83, Iron Maiden played the Dortmund Festival in Germany. In 2004, a guitar played by George Harrison and John Lennon sold at auction for $570,000. In 82, Man Eater by Hall & Oates is atop the singles chart. In 71, T-Rex is atop the album chart. In 44, Frank Sinatra landed his first big acting role when he played himself in the movie Higher and Higher. And in 61, Sam Cooke recorded Twistin' the Night Away. But lastly, in 65, Jefferson Airplane held their first recording session where they recorded their first single, It's No Secret. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Opquist.
There he is, back live in studio.
Yep.
All right, let's find out what is on tap for the Dawn Show in just about 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
Dawn?
Yeah, we have a lot of Trump news today. We're going to update you on Philadelphia news. Council member Mark Squilla will join me in the 11 o'clock hour. A special guest and just a Merry Christmas special guest, I'll say that, coming up at 10:15. A lovely lady that you'll love to hear from again.
Okay, sounds good. Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. Sean Farish, what do you say we do this again tomorrow, sir?
Oh, I say this is a great idea. Let's do it.
What time? By the way, what time do you set your alarm for a 5 a.m. show start in Central Time, Tennessee?
It's usually at 3:30 a.m. Ring. You
Bless
know,
you.
3:30 a.m. alarm. I think my alarm is obnoxious.
God bless you.
It's nice.
Ironically, my layover was in Nashville. So
is that
actually,
right?
Oh, good to stop
so
by.
not only was I in Tennessee, but I was also in Florida. So I hit both Tony
You could have went to
and Sean's.
you could have went to Farish's house and said today.
Wait, hang on. Mr. President has something to say about the Nashville airport.
Oh.
The Nashville airport is it's absolutely tremendous. It's a beautiful airport. And we have the greatest scanners. You don't have to take your laptop out of your bag. It's tremendous. True story.
It is.
True story.
It's a great airport,
Yeah.
actually. It really is.
It is.
$21 for a Bloody Mary, though. All right, that'll do it for us. Stalker is done until Thursday, January 2nd, so have a good holiday, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. I know the show's in good hands. You guys are all capable, I guess.
The YouTube chat.
Capable enough.
I guess.
The YouTube chat's going to miss you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah.
Actually, somebody said Sean should be the permanent, and then they should slowly phase me out. So,
That's not nice.
It's not nice. It's not nice, Sean. You're right. Absolutely.
Has a brand manager ever slowly phased themselves out?
It could happen. That's
could
all I'm
happen.
saying.
All right.
Not very inclusive.
I know. How dare you? All right, everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. We're back
Stay
tomorrow
there.
morning at 6. Dawn is up in just a matter
there.
of moments.
Good night, everybody.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about